Well, I can't see anything that well, I can't think of anything that I've forgotten, but I'm sure there's something, and we're gonna find out very soon. um, so I guess we're starting the live stream here. So, yeah, ADATA has kindly sent over one of these. Now this is just the wrapper for the kit, but yeah. Actually, I have it upside down for you guys. Ugh. That's a DDR4 5000 kit. And it's based on Hynix DJR, and it comes with a rather spicy XMP voltage. Come on. Yeah, as a 1.6 volt XMP. So, yeah, optimally this should work best with Z490, but my 10700K kinda sucks. This motherboard doesn't have a postcode, which is gonna make things, a bit less convenient than they could be. The board's actually fine. Like, the Z490 Vision uses the exact same memory topology as, like, the Z490 Master, so the max memory overclocking capability should be about the same, if not exactly the same. The main issue is there's no postcode, so it's going to make troubleshooting issues a bit more difficult. Anyway, let's get the DIMMs installed. Yeah, the 1.6 volt XMP on these is pretty interesting, but I guess, you know, like, if there will, like, if that's what the XMP is, right, then you don't have to worry about the DIMMs breaking, because, well, they come with a warranty. Anyway, so here's one of the memory sticks. They're like a mirror finish. There's a protective coating on this, or, well, like, there's a cling film on that, so that you don't get fingerprints all over it. I don't think I want to take the cling film off. Yeah, so mirror finish. I'm gonna keep the cling film on there because I don't want to deal with the fingerprints all over them. That's the one downside with these, like, extreme spec memory kits that also look really, like, that have all these really, like, well, glossy heat spreaders. Is that if you're using them on a test bench like I am, they end up looking absolutely horrendous. Not run this kit at all. It literally turned up today. Pump running? Yeah, the pump's running. This has the G-Skill washed out RGB effect. Yeah, so the LEDs aren't that bright in the diffuse. Actually, it might just be the lamp that I have over it. We'll do a we'll let it go to Windows. Yeah, no, they're not that bright. Not really a fan of these. Oh, well, it's a good thing I don't really care about the looks. That much. Like, they'll look fine if they're inside a case in a, like, a, you know, dark environment. It's just kind of like test bench use with a lamp right over it, so I can see what's on what's on the desk. So yeah, it's not exactly the ideal environment for those heat spreaders. Color-wise, let's see. The capture card decided to work. Hey. Okay, I wonder. And the mouse isn't working. Why is the mouse? Oh. That wasn't the mouse, that was the capture card derping out. So the first thing I want to see is, like, what do these actually default to? I'm not that it matters. Okay, these default to 2666. Okay. Let's run a baseline IDA at not even XMP, just JDEC. Oh, no, this is fine for Z490. I think this version's fine for Z490. I technically have the newer version, but the only reason I updated to the newer IDA version was because apparently it has better support for Ryzen, and then I ran the latency test, and it was the same, and so I was like, well, that's stupid. I'm gonna use the older version. It's not as bad as the Trident Z kits, but it isn't like, it's not super bright. I can definitely see the plastic, you know, over the light. But it's a good thing we don't care about that, because all I'm really interested in is, like, what kind of frequency can these hit? Because DJR is basically like the optimal memory IC for max frequency on Intel. So yeah, we'll see what's possible. So that was really slow. I wonder how well the XMP will work. Like, technically the motherboard should be able to do the XMP just fine here. The thing is, I don't know that my CPU can. The 10700K I'm using is even worse than my 10900K, which is like, which like that chip wasn't great to start with, and so I was just like, yay. Okay, what profiles do there's 2 profiles on this? Oh, they have a 4800 profile because ADATA is full, like, ADATA gets it. Like, there's a pretty good chance the 5000 profile won't work. So we'll start with the 4800 profile, and we're just gonna go all auto. And I want to see if it'll work. It should. Any thoughts on CES announcement? Was there anything worth, like, like, I've been watching the news and I've just not seen anything exciting. Okay, looks like I'm gonna have to manually set stuff. Because the XMP doesn't work. Oh boy. $12 gig 3060. I don't see how that's exciting. Well, the XMP does not work. Oh, wow. Well, this is going to be a fun one, guys. This is going to be... Because it doesn't... Oh, man. It's not the kit's fault. I'm 99% certain it's my 10700K's fault. There's also a chance that just the janky way I have the 10700K mounted in the CPU socket is screwing up the memory training. Aren't you buying it? I'm buying a 3060 Ti when they eventually get in stock. Which, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's no stock, so, you know. Okay, let's try that again. We're going to load up profile 2. And this time I'm going to set the voltages. So we're going to go with 1.4 for IO and 1.6 SA. And that should, like, force it to work. No, it doesn't. Man, how... So, I was kind of, you know, expecting a situation where it wouldn't work, but I wasn't expecting that to occur at 4800. Like, the 5 gigahertz, I was like, this 10700K barely did that on the Apex. And, yeah. We're gonna probably end up switching motherboards to the 10900K and the Apex. At this rate. The only reason we're on the Vision is because it was already on my desk and I didn't feel like cleaning up the board just to test some DIMMs, but, yeah, that evidently wasn't the right decision. Are you gonna get one of those gigabyte overclocking boards? Of course. How is that even a question? Okay, so this time we're gonna do it the... We're gonna try 4133 first, because evidently it's very upset about something. This has to work. There's a decent chance it's just... Oh, maybe I shot... Oh, finally. Man, if it didn't do 4133, I'd be really worried that it was like the pin contact. It could still be the pin contact, because I'm floating the IHS, so that's not exactly great. That's our system agent. It's just 1.4 volts right now, so that's cool. Okay, 4400. Okay, that works. Maybe we just had to train into it. Like, maybe going from, like, cold boot straight to, or, well, clear CMOS straight to 4800 wasn't gonna work. Okay, where's the system agent at now? Still 1.4. Or, yeah, it's still at 1.4. Interesting. The board's pretty reasonable, actually, with that. Let's try 4666. And now it's upset again. Oh, wait, nope, it got it. It's Hynix DJR. It's Hynix DJR. XMP is 1.6 volts. It's a very spicy memory kit. Okay, SA is now at just under 1.5 volts. Okay. So let's try 1.5. Yeah, I'm gonna go to 1.55. I'm really concerned that this CPU's memory controller just can't. Which is a very real possibility, because, yeah, this chip sucks. So we might have to switch to the 10900K, which is, like, not that much better anyway, but... Please boot. Okay, yeah, no, it's not doing it. I wonder if it's the mounting pressure. Because when you're floating the IHS, there's like a decent chance that like the edge of the CPU, which is on the memory slot side, isn't making proper pin contact, and so you can't hit the same memory frequency. Okay, now it still doesn't want to boot. What is your music? It's stuff I've made. Yeah, which is why it's so bad. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to go pull the Apex out. Yeah, this isn't working. Damn it. Actually, I don't even think it's the board. I'm 99% certain it's literally just the 10700K, because this thing can barely, like, the Crucial 5100 kit I have with this CPU maxes out at 5 gigahertz on the Apex, which is, like, not great. Yeah, yeah. So I'm gonna tear this down because the CPU just, like, I use it for testing voltage regulation. I don't use it for testing, you know, memory for a reason. Well, actually, that's not true. I do use it for testing memory, but it's like testing memory when you want your memory controller to be bad. Well, that was a terrible way to start. The video feed isn't off, there's just not much happening. Or your computer's broken. No, we're not gonna pull out the 4750G. I'm sick and tired of working with that chip. Seriously. Like, that thing is coming back. Like, I'm gonna bring it back, but right now I want to work on some other things, so 4750G is gonna take a little bit of a break for a while. That's why the memory overclocking sucked. There was never a CPU. No. Yeah, that's too small. Oh yeah. Yeah, you can feel free to insult the music. I mean, calling it music is giving me way too much credit. It's mostly meant to be just background noise because I don't like working in quiet rooms. Like, it's not even so much for the stream as it is for me. Wait, why am I taking this off right now? Dude, the music according to freaking OBS is down at like minus 35 dB. Like it's way below my mic. He might have some kind of compression on his audio. There are speakers that'll like automatically turn up what the, like that'll automatically compress everything. So he might be using one of those. Where did I put the Apex? That's not it. Oh, I put it down there. Yes. Now I just need to find the, oh right, the 10900K is in the Unify. Wait, no it isn't. I have no idea where I put the 10900K. That's a problem. I thought it was in a motherboard. Okay, it was with all my other Intel CPUs. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm normally so disorganized. I really thought it was still in a motherboard, but nope. It was with all the other CPUs. How very unlike me. Oh. I dropped it on the desk, it's fine. Yeah, now I just need to clean up the Probinator 10700K. Because that thing is like a liquid metal contamination hazard. Well, actually, not like a liquid metal contamination hazard. It is a liquid metal contamination hazard. Oh. Oh, oops. Yeah. That thing has to get cleaned up. And the coax is mixed in with the mouse and keyboard cable. Lovely. Can you tell I really prepared for this? Oh wait, it's actually on top of everything. Oh. Okay, well that was easy. Yeah, well, this end goes into the oscilloscope, this end goes to vCore. So... Oh wait, I forgot the IHS. Oh, right. You missed a whole lot of nothing, because I'm just setting stuff up right now. Because the first board I tried was really not playing well with the setup. I don't normally use a like dot method for the thermal paste. There's just so much thermal paste already on the AIO that there's no need for more. And also, we're not going to be running anything particularly CPU heavy, so I don't actually care about CPU temperatures too much. Well, at least now we're going to be getting plenty of 55 codes when the CPU's memory controller inevitably can't run this kit. Honestly, they should ship these memory kits with binned CPUs. Like, the CPU is guaranteed to run the kit. It's always so weird to me with test benches how little there is to plug in. It's just like 8-pin, 24-pin GPU start. Whereas if you've ever done a full system build, you'd know that there's like a lot more stuff that you need to take care of, right? That's out of the way of the 20th. Okay, wait, this is too bright. It's a bit dark. Yay! Clear. And that one's a bit loose. Screw it. We're not going to be benchmarking the CPU. Honestly, they still look washed out, and I don't even have the lamp turned on. Yeah, yeah, no, the motherboard, at this point you don't need so much a binned motherboard, but you do need a binned memory controller, because, well, we'll see. Hopefully this time enabling XMP, like, actually works. Because last time it didn't. Thanks, Gata, for the 40 rubles? For better overclocking. I mean, that's all I do anyway. Like, I eat, sleep, overclock, and play video games, I guess. But I don't pay, like, I only play free video games, so... wait, I just... 4800 at XMP. I wonder what the system agent voltage is right now. It's a good thing this isn't my CPU. Ah, yes. Asus hates your CPU. Oh, boy. Yeah, that's too much. That's way too damn much. Like, even the board tells you it's way too much, and the XMP just goes straight to it. Oh, man. Okay, so I'm going to limit it at 1.6, but now I'm thinking, okay, this isn't going to boot 5000, is it? And for benching, yes, I still wouldn't really... Like, I'm still not impressed by that. And there goes the memory controller. Did you hear about the new merch I made? Or more like new merch I finally put on Teespring? Because technically I've had the designs lying around for like ages. Okay, well, reset doesn't work. Which one's retry again? This one. Gotta be 1.65 to 1.7. So this is not another one of those kits that's like built for the 4750G and nothing else. Yeah. Does the Ballistics Max kit run well on Z490? No. Like, well, run well. It doesn't 5100 at reasonable volts. Unless your CPU is, like, incredible. Vision G is a bad idea. The Vision G is technically the same PCB as a same memory topology as a master. And supports, like, the same memory speeds. The thing is, like, that 10700K, like, this 10900K is not great. That 10700K is worse. So, yeah. Like, I'm not sure I've ever gone over 4800 on that 10700K. Okay, well, let's see what the board does on auto. I mean, at least it's not my CPU. Oh, like, on auto it still doesn't... Oh, wait, no, it made it. What? Like, how much system agent is this? Oh, okay, no, that's way too much. We can't run that. Because, like, I've literally heard that apparently at 1.8 the chips, like, the memory controllers start dropping randomly. Which really wouldn't surprise me, like, it's I mean, the system agent is made on the same process as the CPU cores. So, at some point, you're gonna start putting holes in it. And that point is probably gonna be relatively similar to where the cores start disintegrating very, very rapidly. Which tends to be around the 1.8 volt range, so... yeah, goodbye memory controller. It was nice knowing you. But hey, at least for a couple minutes we could run a DDR4 5000 memory kit. Okay, well, let's try run ADATA at these settings now. Oh, man. Why just why? Because the memory, like, the kit won't boot otherwise. Like, you need so much, like, I think the board's also, like, set up for even worse CPUs than what I'm running. So, there's just, like... So, it just shoves as much system agent voltage as, like, necessary even for, like, the very worst memory kits out there. Also, we gotta... Where's the CPU fan? Ignore. XMP2 performs better than XMP1. Yeah, XMP2 performs better than XMP1 because XMP2 is ASUS replacing the memory settings. Like, XMP2 is not it's not XMP anymore, it's like ASUS auto subtimings. It should be like ASUS mode or something. It's like, yeah, if you run tighter subtimings, it performs better. It's not the XMP profile of the kit anymore. Does your best DDR4 RAM guide a year ago still hold up today? From a year ago? For 2x16, I don't think it does anymore. Trace centering. Yeah, I know trace centering helps. I mean, normally I need trace centering to do anything, even at 2T command rate. Now, XMP1 is is following memory kit spec. XMP2 is ASUS optimized. And we can go into the BIOS, I'm pretty sure I'm remembering it correctly. I'm so glad this is not my CPU. Is it a good idea to buy OEM sticks with a good IC for overclocking? Depends which IC. Something like OEM B-die, Samsung OEM B-die, horrible. Because B-die, the memory chip is so inconsistent that if you buy them OEM, they're going to be all over the place. And a lot of them are absolutely trash. Whereas if you're buying like OEM Samsung E-die, that stuff's great. Like, I don't think you can get a bad set of E-die. Like, yeah, some of it's, you know, it won't do as tight TRCD as some of the other kits, but there's no, like, they all tolerate ridiculous amounts of voltage. There's no, like bad B-die is really bad. Like, it look like you almost think you have a Hynix AFR, 8 gigabit AFR. Whereas, like, the worst E-die I've had is still really quite good. It's just like a couple ticks of timing behind the better kits. Or not, no, we're gonna start with ADATA. What kit can do 3800 C12 on Ryzen? Any kit, like, none of the kits that can do 3800 C12. Okay, so basically any good Samsung B-die kit will do 3800 C12. The issue with that is you generally need so much voltage you can't daily it. And it's not because it won't, like, it'll kill the memory sticks, it's because it's so unstable at that voltage that it just isn't dailyable. Are Nanya RAM bad for light OC? I don't know. I've been toying with the idea of buying a Nanya memory kit. Excuse me? What? I thought we were running DDR4 5000. What is that? This is literally worse than 2666 L19 for read. And the copy test is taking forever. It's gonna be like 5 gigs per second. Is it gonna even finish? I think it died. I think it crashed. The mouse isn't responding anymore. Yeah, I think it crashed. So we can't even run the ADATA copy test at this point. Yup, it's totally unresponsive. So that's great. Literally can't even run ADATA. Oh man. I want to check the timings though. There's a chance it was scoring so bad because it was super unstable. Where's ASRock timing configurator? Yeah, like, I'm not seeing anything super out of whack here. Like, yeah. This is what you'd expect. These aren't great, but this doesn't look like 28 gigs per second. I think it was erroring. Like, I think it was erroring so hard that the DIMMs aren't warm. So the memory controller just can't. No, yeah, the memory controller literally can't. It just rebooted. Oh, man. Well. Wait, it's gonna blow up my cache, isn't it, at this rate? We're gonna have to, like... Oh, man. And this is why I can't run BDI at 4800 CL14 on this chip, because this thing can't even... This thing's horrid. 0. Like, the subtitles, like, they're bad, but they're not that bad. They're not 30 gigabytes per second levels of bad. But when it literally just crashes instantly, it's like, yep, that's definitely very stable right there. Not that we need that. We can only run 42. Like, lowering the cache clock helps with stability. So... X370 SLI Plus with 3700X can't even post 3733 with any settings, but if I turn on XMP, it'll boot into Windows with 4133. How does that work? At 4133, it won't be... I'm guessing at 3733, it's trying to run 1866 Infinity Fabric, whereas at 4133, it probably runs 1800 Infinity Fabric. So you're probably breaking up on the Infinity Fabric and not on the memory. Also, actually, I wanted to check the XMP thing. So yeah, XMP1, load the DIMM's default XMP memory timings and other memory optimized by... Oh, wait, no, XMP2's the... Oh, so I had it backwards. Yeah, XMP2 is the DIMM profile, XMP1 is ASUS. Well, we'll try XMP2 then. Hopefully that'll make it a little bit more stable. Assuming ADATA did anything for stability. How far could this kit go for daily settings? I have no idea. Oh, and now it doesn't work anymore. $37.33 1-to-1 with XMP also runs easy. Oh, then you have to be setting something wrong. Okay, we safe boot. Any chance to see Viper's 4400 on Vision G? Maybe. Like, I did kind of want to do that, but didn't get around to it. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to change the board name. It wouldn't surprise me if my 3700X actually did a better job with these DIMMs. Oh, man. Can't remember what this 10900K needs, but it's just 5 gigahertz. Like, it shouldn't need a ton of voltage. Oh, wait, yeah, 10 frickin' CPU name as well. Oh, so I guess I did have the core voltage wrong. Maybe. Or, actually, no, I didn't have enough I/O voltage. Man, this CPU is gonna be... So this you enable XMP and it's just bye-bye memory, bye-bye CPU. I wonder if this is supposed to be for AMD. Because on Ryzen, on Ryzen, you don't really need to do anything super... Well, I've not run DJR on Ryzen, but I'd assume it would be less like suicide volts and more daily volts. Hasn't died yet. Why does it run so slow all the time? It's still doing 28 gigs. Please don't die, please don't die, please don't die, please don't die. I'm gonna move the mouse as an indicator of the system still running. Yeah, still running. And I think it died. Yeah, it died. Oh, man. No, my CPU trash. So I'd love to know why it's so slow, because I'm pretty sure the RTLs were fine. DRAM timing control. Now this is fine. All of this is fine. Oh. Yeah, that would do it. That would do a lot. Oh yeah, that would definitely do it. Wait, what? They're not even... That doesn't even work. You can't do that. Like, that's supposed to be like what? It's supposed to be almost 80. Yeah, that's supposed to be like 76. And they're setting 67. And the board doesn't even apply that. What CPU is this for? I don't think any... I'm pretty sure most CPUs don't allow you to... Like, they don't go that loose. Well, anyway, so that's really fun. Okay, so we'll fix... Hopefully that should fix some of the performance. But I don't think it'll do anything for this. Actually, it'll probably make the stability worse. Oh my... Wait a minute. 12. Yup. Okay, that's horrible. Oh, I missed that part. Yeah. I missed that. Didn't notice. That explains so much. Lovely. And the thing is, I'm pretty sure it won't post if I tighten it up. I guess we could try 8.8. Hope for the best. But like, the XMP doesn't even set the like, the tertiaries aren't from the XMP, so... This is just my CPU bad. Oh, it still posts. Lovely. It's not like the ancient ADA version scores any differently from the new one. Well, yeah, DG8 will still be slow, but it'll be less slow than 12, and I don't know that it's not, like, gonna... Like, it's still gonna crash on copy. I can't. It crashes on freaking copy. I wonder if we can even run the latency test. Actually, latency's not that heavy. So I'll try run the latency test. And it's not like I want to know the result. It's gonna be horrible. 40 gigs. Yeah. What? It doesn't. I've literally tried the latest ADA version against the ADA version I have, and it spits out the same frickin' numbers. So don't tell me that it doesn't produce the same numbers. At least on any of the tests that I run. 1.8 SA, yeah, except I like having a CPU, so I don't think I can talk MSI into sending me another one. If I blow this one up, especially if I blow it up on like an Asus motherboard and not an MSI motherboard. Oh, man. Okay, can we please run latency? Not that I expect great things from this, but... Oh, that's not even that bad. Yeah, that's actually not that bad. Like, it's still better than Ryzen. Funding your third shot towards Silicon Lottery. Oh, another 10900K? I'm not sure that I'll do another 10900K. The MSI is already... No, the MSI board's fine. It's just got 4 DIMM slots, and I have no, like, low expectations of this working on it. Oh, look, we're getting 40 gigs per second. Progress. No, the MSI board works fine. It's just like... It's gonna clock... Like, for 2 DIMMs, it's gonna work even worse than this does. Okay, we're gonna try this with 4933. Man, but this is so stupid. Like, I can run 4933 on freaking B-Die as well. This chip sucks. Oh, well. Now, this is literally the only 10700K I have. I really don't want to put a hole through the memory controller. I mean, 10900K I have. I really don't feel like making a crater where the memory controller is. Though, the way this should go is like 8.4. I wonder if it'll run 12s. It might. I'll take that down to 40. They're the different timings. More 2x16 daily driver focused overclocks, but those take forever and are really boring to do. Now 55s. Okay, what motherboards did they QVL this for? Because maybe I'm just being stupid by testing it on Z490. Maybe it's meant to for AMD APUs. Oh no. Modules hit 5000 megahertz on Intel Z370 chipset. Uh-huh. Great. That's really not helping me. Effortless overclocking with XMP 2.0. I beg to differ. I can't find any mention of motherboard, like what motherboards this is supposed to work on. Well, I guess we're gonna go to 1.8 System Agent. What's the part number on these? Okay, so I can't find a QVL for these, so I'm not doing anything wrong. My CPU just sucks. Also, we're gonna drop the 12s. Because I don't, like, I'm pretty sure those made it not work. Is RTT Park even an option? Yeah, it's present. Looks like we're stuck with horrible timings. Dude, please set RTT Park to 240. Yeah, sure, I'll do that. I'll be very surprised if it achieves anything. B-die like Samsung B-die? Are those even a thing? I wouldn't run SA 1.8 on ambient. Well, I wouldn't either, but like... I want this to run at like more than 40 gigabytes per second. You need a SP 126 10900K. Yeah, probably. No, it's still 55s. Honestly, it seems even more upset with the 1.8. Dude, I need 1.7 just to boot 5000. Like, it won't boot at 1.6. So, yeah. I go back down to 1.7. You know what'll be really funny? If the stability gets worse over the duration of the stream as the memory controller goes slowly straight to hell. So it'll go from not doing like 4800 CL14 to not doing like 4000 CL12. RTT Park. If this changes anything, I'll be very surprised. Oh, that helped. I'm still surprised, though. Actually, no, that didn't help at all. It's still really unstable. Yeah. I'm gonna put the timings back to auto. I actually really like this one. Like, specifically this one that's playing right now, I really like it. Okay, we're gonna go back to the 8.8. Dude, the XMP runs at 30 gigabytes per second. Like, I don't care about getting the XMP to work. I mostly got that done. Like, it's like, oh yeah, we finished ADATA at 30 gigabytes per second is like that's literally counterproductive. It ran just slow as hell. So, like, you'd lose to a 4400 kit or a 4000 kit. Like anything that actually doesn't run tertiaries from hell. Oh man, the memory is... This is a new one. I've not seen that before. So how many more reboots before the operating system stops booting? Oh, that's how you do 5000 on C-Die. Oh, I guess I need to try that again then. Oh, you've just now seen... Yeah, Blinking Desktop is a new one. For me. Pulse fix. You need to bend... Yeah, the thing is, I couldn't even get over 4000 with C-Die. And at 4000 it was unstable as hell. Like, I don't need it to do 5000. If it just does like 4600, I'd be happy. But I couldn't get it over 4K. Yeah, I got some Samsung C-Die with the pre-built that I got the 4750G with. Okay, capture card decided to work this time. Isn't there a 4400 C19 C-Die? Is there? Oh, there goes the desktop again. And there goes Windows. Oh man, this is so freaking unstable, and I just can't believe it. Okay, I'm gonna give up on this, because this isn't working. Man, how the hell, like, there's screenshots of people doing, like, 5400 on DJR kits. Like, those CPUs can't be normal. Because, like, I can't even run 5000 properly. And I've seen screenshots of, like, over 5000 at, like, reasonable timings. And it's just like, nope, I can't do 5000 at trash. I wonder if anybody has, like, good data on how quickly 1.8 kills CPUs. The thing is, when you go really high voltage, like, the rate at which the CPUs degrade is also subject to the silicon lottery. So basically it's random, yeah, so it's still doing 40 gigabytes per second. Okay, so this is useless. We're going down to 4800 and actually trying to run something decent. Like 4800 should work at 1.6. And we should actually be able to run reasonable settings instead of this mess. No. I have trace centering. Yeah, I have trace centering. Actually, what's the XMP on these for 4800? Oh, I was still 1980, 28. Okay. Can you use 1.6? I wouldn't daily 1.6. System agent. No, if there was a hole at 5000, it wouldn't be booting. It boots and then is incredibly unstable, which basically just means the memory controller sucks. Do you have a 9900K? I do. It's not exactly any better than this is. Ever heard of Samsung eDie? 4 gigabit eDie, yes. If you're talking about some other eDie, no. Yay, 60 gigabytes per second. So, yeah, if we just fiddle with the timings a bit, we might be able to do 70. How about 1.55 on BDI with active cooling? Oh, wait, you mean 1.6 daily for the RAM? Yeah, if you have enough cooling, that's fine. Like, I thought 1.6 system agent. 1.6 system agent is very different. How's the latency? I think it got worse. I think it was a 46 when it was a 5 gigahertz. Is the bass shaking the table? If I turn it up loud enough, it will. And it's more like it seems to, like, I seem to have gotten some tracks to actually, like, resonate with my desk. I've noticed. Like, if I turn them up loud enough, they seem to make the desk shake way more than other stuff does. Anyway, Can we do 4/4? Yay! Fine. Try 14s on those. Alright, DLL 0. For high frequency? What was this song? This is all my own stuff. The one that played before is called, well, it's like a... It's called Smashed. And it was basically a different song just played through another filter. Actually, no, it's on a whole track going through an amp simulation. To make, like, the original one was pretty boomy, and then I was like, what if we made it boomier? So I now have two versions of... Actually, there's a couple tracks that I have, like, two versions of them lying around for reasons that, like, I couldn't figure out which one I like better, so now there's just two versions. Where can I find it online? You can't, because I haven't uploaded that one yet. I'm kind of thinking of just, like, uploading one video to my solo noise project channel. where it'll be all the tracks I currently have in whatever state they are in. Because, yeah, like, uploading them individually is a pain. So I'll just put them all into one video. And nobody will be able to tell which one's which. Actually, no, you will be able to, because there's no, like, fancy fades between them or anything. Like, they all end with silence and start with, well, not necessarily silence, but they're pretty distinguishable. What was I doing? Right, timings. Actually, I want to benchmark this at this point again. I tightened it up a bit. Calling it music is giving me way too much credit. The capture card derp again? Yeah, capture card derped again. Where's my mouse? There we go. Oh no, that's not gonna do what I want. But this will. Oh, we don't need to have it all super HD. It's still at only 60 gigs. I'm sad. So the funny thing is, I don't really listen to electronic music. I listen to metal, but I don't know how to play an instrument. So I end up making up, like, electronic music inspired by metal. Or more like electronic noise inspired by metal. Oh, I did get the latency down a notch. It's now at 45.7. I wonder how this does in Geekbench. The thing is, most of the metal I listen to is like, well, it's like core genres. So deathcore, grindcore, metalcore, mathcore, some regular death metal. It's not really like, well, I listen to Cattle Decapitation. So yeah. Oh, and then there's like black metal, but with core influences, because just regular black metal just is kind of drony and boring in my opinion. But black metal influenced by grindcore, very good. Very good. Oh yeah, and then a lot of industrial metal as well. Buildzoid, songs to kill your CPU too. If I do a best of, I'll call it that. Or more like, if I do some kind of compilation, I'll call it that. Well, 7.5K, that's not that bad. Like, it's not amazing, but it's really not that bad. It could be worse. Okay, I'll try that DLL bandwidth 0. You have Ryzen DRAM calculator latency result. No, because we're on Intel. And also, I just don't use Ryzen DRAM calculator at all. Annotations of an Autopsy. I've not heard of that band. Oh man, this is one of the really early tracks that's super repetitive that I've kind of forgotten about. That, yeah, well, if I ignored it, that would have worked. Why don't you use Ryzen DRAM calculator? 'Cause it's not great. Anyone know anything about the new 20-phase PWM controller? It's made by Renesas, so it's basically Intersil. Because Renesas owns Intersil. And it does 20 phases. And I have the documentation for it, I can't share it, and I've not read much of it yet, so... Zero. So, it's saying if I do that, and then we go back up to 28, it might do 5,000? Guess we're still gonna need with a 1.7 SA. This one's kind of like echoey. Yeah, this is one of the like very first tracks I made that I was like, whoa, this isn't complete and utter trash. But listening to it now compared to all the other stuff, it's not distorted. There's not enough distortion. Probably make a more extreme mix of it. Like, won't actually change it much. Maybe make it longer as well. Okay, well, we're back to 55. How do you guesstimate timings otherwise? You just lower them until it doesn't post anymore. It's Hynix DJR. Is it actually extreme without the misspelling? Oh yeah, it is. Like, the thing is, I mostly make the stuff I make just kind of for fun. Sometimes I have an idea and then I go and open up the DAW and figure out that I have no idea what I'm doing and end up with something completely different. I'm gonna have to loosen out the tertiaries again, aren't I? Wait, it trained! Oh, wait, did it? I didn't hit safe boot, right? Yeah, it trained! Yes! Yes! The shirt was right! Also what DAW? I currently use Mixcraft. It might not be great. Oh, so it trained but it doesn't Windows. Okay. Very sad. Nah, DLL bandwidth 0 helped, but I don't think it fixed anything. Because it's still very unstable. Like, the thing is, right now, I don't really want to, like, look into changing DAWs, because even though the one I'm currently on might not be great, I don't feel like learning a new one until I feel like I'm actually limited by the DAW, instead of by me just being really bad at making music. Like, there's a lot of features my current DAW has that I just don't use because it's like, well, I just kind of... Like, I don't have a process to how I make it. So, it's mostly just screwing around trying to get, like, something interesting sounding. And so, yeah, like, I don't feel like if I had a better tool, I would make better music. I would probably just spend more time screwing around. Ever flashed an SPD of a module? Yes, I have. But it was a Corsair memory stick with a Corsair SPD flashing tool on an MSI motherboard. Oh, and now it works! Admittedly, a 1.75 system agent. Yeah, also a lot of the early stuff I didn't know how to mix it. Which is why it sounds so flat, I guess. This memory controller is trash. Still better than the 10700K, but trash. Nah, like no. I eventually discovered that there's a limiter effect, which I didn't know what a limiter was for like super long. And then once I found out, wait, there like you just put a limiter on it, and then it stops the track from clipping, and I'm like, awesome, perfect. And that solved so many issues for me. So a lot of the early stuff, there's no limiter on it, so it's like the loudness track to track is all over the place because they're all just, yeah, they're a mess. Okay, well, evidently more System Agent was helping a little bit, so we're gonna try even more. Can unstable CPU OC corrupt your Windows or just unstable? Both can corrupt your Windows, but with RAM it's way more likely. Because if your CPU is unstable, it's probably going to it's not going to quietly corrupt data most of the time, whereas if your RAM is unstable, you can ruin a lot of data before the OS notices that, wait a minute, I asked for a 1 and I'm getting a 0. What happened? If I'm looking for a good overclocking chip, should I be looking at KF or K parts? I don't think it makes a difference. Though I'm not sure if maybe like the if the GPU was defective, there's maybe a chance the cores aren't that great. Whereas if the GPUs work, like if the whole chip works, then it has to be reasonably okay. This IMC is really unfortunate. Tell me about it. Oh, we finally got a pass at 5 gigahertz that doesn't run at, like, trash performance. Oh, lovely. Admittedly with 1.57 System Agent, and I bet it still crashes on the copy test. How much you want to bet it's gonna die? Oh, it made it! It made it! Yes! Oh man, the CPU. I guess maybe if I disabled hyperthreading and all the other stuff, that might help a little bit. Why is the latency suddenly trash again? Okay, I wonder, TRFC might go down, right? Yeah, I think that might go down. We can lower these. Those don't matter. I might be able to lower that. These matter. These matter. This DG is as low as it goes, so that's pretty good. RTLs are, well... Wait, which one? Oh, well, 1514. Yeah, that oh, I wonder if those loosened out when we went to 5,000. They might have. That would have explained the, like, sudden 5 nanosecond increase in latency out of nowhere. I think Windows is exploding again. Oh no. The operating system. You can feel it. It's falling apart. Or maybe Windows is just being stupid. I think it's falling apart, though. No, it's legit just falling apart at this point, so we're just going to power down. It's Hynix DJR. It goes very fast. It should also do somewhat better timings at, like, medium frequencies compared to the various Micron Rev E primarily. But yeah, and it can also do really high clocks if your CPU's memory controller isn't a pile of trash. I don't know what to do at this point. Like, maybe more gigahertz? I don't think more gigahertz is gonna work. Yeah, DJR is pretty good. It's like, that's the reason I've been trying to get like, I wanted to get some DJR for ages and ages and ages, but like, between all the crucial kits I have, and, well, just motherboards and GPUs and me being very unproductive, I've not gotten around to getting any DJR. So I was really strongly considering getting some like 3200 CL22 DJR. Because theoretically, like, I don't think it would be that bad, and it might even do like it should still do over 4000 even if it's OEM, because at least it's on an A2 PCB. Oh, I trained this time. Lovely. Oh, let's skip this one. And there goes the operating system. Okay, so I think I'm gonna see what I can do at 4800, because evidently this memory controller isn't having it. I wonder how this will play with my 3700X eventually. Or, like, if I had the CPU on LN2, that would help the memory controller a lot, but yeah. Well, now I don't need to feel so bad about being completely incapable of getting 4800 CL14 to run. Because this memory controller's garbage. That seems kind of optional. And no. Actually, you know what? I'll do the TRFC first and worry about the primaries later. Or more like TRCD later. Okay, so that's like almost stable. Because 79 is like right before the right before the board actually fires up. Yeah, see, this time it fired up, and that was just a retry. Every single voltage is terrifying me. Me too, but it's not my CPU, and I get views out of it, so... Like, if this was my only 10900K, we wouldn't be doing this way. Okay, well now it's upset again. Your kernel could be corrupted. The kernel corruption error occurs all the damn time. Seriously. Like, that is like one of the least concerning errors. Now, if you get it when you disable XMP, then it's a problem. When you go back to stock and you still get the kernel error, that's when it's like, oh, I blew up the operating system. I think I need more system agent for 4933 again. Man. What is this stability? I really hope this plays better with Ryzen because I don't have any good Intel CPUs. Actually, no, I might have a decent 8086. Well, I have to check my 86Ks and 8700K memory controllers. Because Intel sent me a bunch of 8086Ks to use for some really dumb ideas. And well, I guess shoving seeing if I can't get better memory overclocks out of them with this stuff would qualify for that. More videos with... Yeah, there's definitely going to be more... Like, this live stream is just the start of what I'm doing with this kit. Like, I literally got it today. I'm not going to... It's the only DJR I have. There's going to be, like, I want to run it on Ryzen. I want to run it on bloody everything. It's going to be like the Crucial Ballistics Max kit all over again. Except maybe more stuff with this one, because... Actually, I'm not sure if more stuff with this one. I don't know, we'll see. But, like, this is definitely not the end of this. That Windows install hates you. That Windows install has survived, like, a lot of shit. Because I've been just using it constantly. Oh, I thought... Alright, it's not Ryzen. Let's try 4900. If I tighten RDL, I lose some performance in membench. What does it mean? I don't know, because I've never used membench. Explain ring clock, it's just uncore clock. Or cache clock, or whatever you want to call it. It's just what Asus calls it. Come on! There we go. .46 nanoseconds. Not that bad. It's not great, but not that bad. I wonder what the read speed is at. Well, still not stable. To absolutely nobody's surprise. Because it needs more system agent again. Because, like, this CPU is so freaking annoying. Also, I'm running really low uncore. Like, we're at 42 uncore. Which is actually a necessity on this chip. Because the last time I tried to do 4800 CL14 on this chip, like, it just doesn't bloody work. So... After I realized that there's no way I'm getting 4814 to work, I decided to see what I could do with CL15. And I think at CL15 I managed to get it all the way up to like 4950, but I could only do 4950 at like 4 gigahertz cache. So with 4 gigahertz cache, the connection between the memory controller and the cores is so freaking slow that actually 4950 at CL15 with 4 gigahertz cache is slower than 4800 with CL15, but 4.8 gigahertz cache. Because, yeah, I mean, it makes sense, and I was kind of expecting it, but it's just super annoying when it's just like, well, the memory controller's garbage. So, actually, what we're gonna do... Actually, yeah, we should just do this at 4800. Assuming that runs. The prediction for the CPU is bad. Yeah, that's because the CPU is bad. The magic crystal ball Asus put into their BIOS is correct. This thing is a pile of trash. Is there another CPU? No. The only other Z490 CPU I have is a 10700K that doesn't do 4800 properly. If you thought this is bad, then I have a chip that's even worse. Yeah, I know not all SP63s are not like the SP63s aren't all equal. That's why, like, the prediction says the CPU is bad, and the CPU actually is really bloody bad. Like, if I remember correctly, this thing needs, like, over 1.4 volts for Cinebench of 5.3. Yeah, something like that. We should check. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it needs, like, it doesn't do 5.4 Cinebench at all. Like, that's just not happening whatsoever, not even remotely possible. And 5.3, I think, requires just stupid volts. Which is still better than my 9900K, which doesn't go over 5.25 unless you have it on, like, sub-ambient. Oh, man. And I do have an 8700K and, like, an 8086K that'll do, like, 5.35 Cinebench at reasonable voltages. But, yeah. All the newer chips I have are just garbage. So it's not my CPU. I can't sell it. Seriously. And I'm not selling the 10700K, because the 10700K has coax attached to it, so nobody's going to buy that. And plus, I plan to use it for more testing. Don't ever spend dollars on lottery tickets. You don't need to tell me. I've always been losing it. Anything based on luck, I lose. It's part of why I hate, like... Well, why I well... Yeah, it's probably part of the reason I don't play a lot of games where there's, like, loot-based rewards. Because all the loot always is just garbage. It's like, yeah, there's a 5% drop rate on this great item, which means I'm never gonna get it. I could kill 1,000 of those enemies and it wouldn't drop one. Okay, latency's down a bit. Yeah, read's up, right? Read went up even though I lowered the frequency because the cache is faster. So now let's run Geekbench. Time to whip out the 5950X. No, I really want to test it on Z490. Like, I wanted to mess with this on Z490 first. And we're not going to switch to the 5950X on this stream. What games do you like? Cube 2 Sauerbraten. I occasionally play that on Twitch. Which, oh man, now that I finally have a new Razer Naga, it's been so much better. Oh, it's been so much better playing that game. Like, my mouse doesn't feel like garbage anymore. Because my first Naga died after 5 years. Or, well, no, I had a Naga back in the Czech Republic as well. But the Naga I had here in the UK, that one, the sensor just stopped working on it after 5 years. And I repaired it once, and then it stopped working again, and now it doesn't work at all. I tried the same fix, but, yeah, this time the sensor seems to actually be completely gone. And so I was stuck on some random Cooler Master mouse that I have. And that mouse was way too low, so that really sucked to play with. Just like the grip on it is just completely wrong. Anyway, for me at least. Well, that's 7,000, so that's okay-ish, I guess. I want to do over 8,000 on this. That should be possible. The Razor Naga. Oh, I bought the Trinity. I'm honestly kind of annoyed that, like, you can't... Like, I'm annoyed that there's not more, like, Naga-style mice. Like, it used to be that, like, there was a Logitech mouse that was like a Naga. There was a... Actually, I think the Corsair one is still a thing, but... Yeah, there was, like, a bunch of mice that tried to be like Naga... Like, were basically knockoff Nagas. But... Yeah, now those are all gone, so it's just like, oh, I want an MMO-style mouse, and it's just like, well, you've got Razer and Razer. And one of them's like 160 quid, and the other 5 is 85 quid, so I have the... even 85 quid, in my opinion, is just like way too bloody much for a mouse, but... The thing is like... I'm just... Like, when I got the mouse, it was just like... Like, it felt like my hand was going home. That, like... So, it, like, the price was forgiven the moment I actually got around to using the mouse. Which is awful. It's still way too damn much for a mouse, but... Well, then they just don't make mice like that. Like, nobody else makes mice like this, so what am I supposed to do about that? Better number. Actually, no, let's go straight to 600. And I'm gonna leave those back where they were before. Actually, I'm gonna set those to auto. MMO mice are usually too heavy. Yeah, but you can, like, weapon switch super fast. Which, not really a big deal if you're in a game where you have 2 guns, but in a game where you have 7? Being able to, like, hot swap through all the guns. Because the thing is, if I use the number, like, if I use the number keys, then I'm gonna not find my way back to WASD. And even then, it's like not having your, you know, WASD hand on WASD means if you're switching guns, you're not moving. And if you're not moving, you're dead. At least in the games I play, so... yeah. And I'm like, even if I'm on a light mouse, I'm not particularly accurate. Yeah, so it does 550? Wait, 500. No way. Does this do 500 TRFC at this frequency? I mean, for B-Die that would be tame, but for like anything that isn't B-Die, being able to do less than like 600 TRFC at this frequency is like an achievement, and it doesn't. Or maybe do I just have to retry through that? How do you... Wait, like, use ESDF and use... How does that fix the issue of having to take your fingers off of ESDF, though? Like, are you switching guns with your pinky finger or something? Which, like, my pinky finger is barely coordinated enough to hold the shift key. Yeah, G600. Yeah, that's the mouse I was referring to. Do they still make it? Wait, do you just, like, switch through the guns one at a time? Like, up, down... How many times I need to spam Q? Yeah, no, I'd rather just have the thumb buttons. Also, I actually really like the shell of the Naga. Like, the height of that mouse is great. Because, like, I'm really tall, my hands are really big, and most mice for me are really, really low. Like, if I try to palm most mice, I end up claw gripping them because the mouse just isn't tall enough. I don't use the scroll wheel, like, basically at all. Actually, no, I use the scroll wheel for, like, really quick, one down, one up weapon switches, but not for actually going through all my guns. Like, if they made a lightweight version of the Naga, that would be really awesome. I'd like that even more, but the thing is, apparently nobody wants Nagas, so... I'm stuck with the full-blown MMO version instead of, like, a weight-reduced version. 550? Thoughts about GPU price hikes, BZ? I mean, there's no supply. What did you expect? The prices to stay low and people to get in line and people to get in orderly queues and wait for GPUs to show up? No, I've had light mice. But it's just like, they're awful. They're too small. Like, if I could get a skeletonized Naga, that would be perfect. But unless they start making skeletonized Nagas, all of the other mice have, like, the same profile as a Razer Death Adder. And I have a knockoff Death Adder mouse here. And it's too low. Like, the mouse I'm using for this system right now, it's just too damn low. Like, the back part of the mouse, like, I can't palm it, no matter how hard I try. Like, my fingers just go over the front of it. So... CLDO VDDP? What did you ask about VDDP? Dremel Edition Naga time. No, I'm not doing that to my own Naga. XM1. I've not heard of it. That looks like the opposite of what I'd want for a mouse. How tall is that? 30... Wait, how tall is a Naga? Yeah, so the Naga is 43 millimeters tall, and I consider that like it could still be a little bit taller, and I wouldn't mind. And the mouse you suggested is 38 millimeters tall. It's too low. Like, it's really that simple. That's just not tall enough for me. Because, like, the previous mouse I was using was, like, some FPS-focused mouse, and it was awful. Like, absolutely awful, because, like, everything was too low on it. So I guess maybe if I put, like, riser pads on the bottom of the mouse, it would become acceptable, but then it's like, well, there goes the weight reduction, doesn't it? Oh no, I missed the BIOS! How tall is a G703? Good question, let's check. Oh, that looks like... Oh, that looks to be the same height as a Naga. So I guess I could try... Wait. It's 124 long. Oh, that's about the same size as a Naga, then. Interesting. But it's got no buttons. And I like buttons. Like, at least 6 on the side. Like, you don't need to go all the way to the 12 on the Naga, but at least 6. Did I say... No, I didn't change anything. I missed the BIOS, idiot. Hey, are most 3600 CL18 kits SK Hynix? No. They're probably C-die. Well, thanks for the €5, but I don't need a new scroll wheel. I need a new tracking sensor on the dead one. Which I tried looking for a replacement tracking sensor, and I couldn't find, like, a replacement. So, honestly, I've been kind of considering taking a different mouse and just stuffing it into the Naga shell somehow. Because you can rewire the switches from one... Like, I should be able to rewire the switches from the dead Naga onto whatever mouse I try to stuff into it. The side buttons are not going to work anymore, but I can live with that. Especially if I just use it for my test bench instead of the mouse I'm currently using, which is some, like, Death Adder clone. That's too low again. All the 1819 kits at my local Micro Center were C-Die. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, because, like, Samsung C-Die does 182222, and it doesn't really do anything else. $3600's B-Die, and yeah, it'll be good. I'm not going to return the Naga I just picked up. Like, I don't know why everybody wants to get me to get a different mouse. Like, unless the tracking sensor on this one dies even faster than on the previous one, I'm not switching. Mostly DRAM voltage for tightening timings, unless you're at really high frequencies. 32 gig DIMMs. 32 gigs DIMMs can't be CJR. I don't know what they'd be, though. I think there's some there's a Hynix chip that does 3618 that doesn't really do much else. Anyway, I put 1.4 volts on my VD. Did I screw it up? 1.4 volts VDDP. Yeah, that's a really, really bad idea. That's, as far as I know, that's a really, really bad idea. I don't know how much damage you cause, but that's way over what, like, even for, like, yeah, it's way over even, like, high VDDP settings. Do you know the ideal speed for 5000 series? Ideal speed as in memory speed, or like core clock, or infinity fabric? Like, what speed? Delivery speed? Like, whatever your FCLK can do, that's your best memory speed. Yeah, just, like, for memory speed, it just depends on what your FCLK does. So if your FCLK does 1900, then your best memory speed is 3800. If your FCLK does 2000, your best memory speed is 4000. Like, just because you set the CLDO voltage super high doesn't mean you instantly kill the CPU. Like, I had my Ryzen 7 1700 ran at, like, 1.45 volts SoC for, like, a day. Well, a couple hours. And admittedly, since then, it can't run at stock voltage, but... and the memory controller is even worse than it originally was. But... it still, like, runs. Just worse. Okay, did it... oh, it booted. Wait, did it crash or what? I wasn't paying attention. Any idea on why my CPU doesn't even post over 1900 FCLK? Because you're not on the 2000 FCLK BIOSes. Like, seriously, right now, there's some motherboards where they have the AGSA necessary for the high FCLK, and then there's other boards where you just don't have that. That's basically it. Yeah, I see the blue screen. So there was one BIOS for Gigabyte that did 2000 FCLK, and I think they took that one down because it was buggy as hell and broken. Like, other stuff on that BIOS was just completely bloody broken. Asus has a 2000 FCLK BIOS, but apparently it's also mega unstable. MSI, I think, recently released a 2000 FCLK BIOS for some of their motherboards, not all of them. So, yeah. Another question. I can get a 1080 Ti KP for 500 euro, but the other guy doesn't have PayPal. That's a good price for a 1080 Ti KP. But as for buying from someone who doesn't have PayPal, I don't know. Cut the music. No. I mean, I guess I could turn it off for the live stream. But I'm not turning it off on my end. I don't like being in a quiet room. It's under warranty, though. He bought it last year. No, I literally turned it off. Well, okay, so people want the music back. Fine, you get the music back. The majority has voted. Like, I don't really care either way, so. Yeah. What was I gonna do? Right, run Geekbench. I'm gonna ramble even if the music's playing. Like, there's just not much. Like, right now we're just in the sort of brute force lower the timings one at a time until it stops booting part. Like, RAM overclocking isn't difficult, it's just tedious. Honestly, I'd argue most things in life aren't difficult, they're just tedious. The music's back, guys. I guess some people are more delayed on the stream than others. Yeah, but like, other than the fact that my CPU bloody sucks, like, I like DJR. DJR is pretty good. It's a shame that it came with a DDR4 5000 kit that I can't run. Man, I feel like... I feel bad about that, because it's like, I can't show the kit running XMP, because if I run it at XMP, it performs like trash, because the memory controller would, like, face plants if I tried to run timings that aren't completely terrible. How does DJR compare to Rev E? Similar primaries, better subs. Also, I think it might be easier to stabilize. Like, Rev E for me has been always just a struggle to get it running properly on actually everything. Like, if you don't touch the subtimings, it's great. And then once you touch the subtimings, the stability just goes away for some reason, and it's like, And it's not like it starts spewing out hundreds of errors. It's like it gets one error every 30% on a mem test. And it's like, could you like not do that? Because it takes so long to like, because it takes forever to get to an error, right? So you're sitting there thinking, oh yeah, it's stable, and then you 30% later, oh, it's not. And then another 30% later, yeah, there's definitely a problem. So we got 8K at last. Can we do 8 on that? Seven, 4, 12, 12, 7, 36, 26. Yeah. Man, I'm so glad this motherboard has safe boot, because that means I can punch in a bunch of settings without having any idea if they'll work, and then I just have to hit safe boot. And they worked. Anyone seen a proper guide vid for DJR? I'll probably make a basic pointers video for DJR eventually. It crashed on that. Oh no, the capture card crashed. Or like the capture card is being stupid again. Oh, new delivery. Gotta go. There we go. So, I'm pretty sure this is just isopropyl alcohol. Because I've run out of, well, actually, I've not completely run out of it, but there's like very little left in the one bottle I still have. Or it's a GPU that I forgot about ordering. One of the two. Yeah, it's alcohol. Oh man, they didn't tighten the caps properly. I could smell it. I can smell it a lot. Yeah, I got this stuff. Yeah, not for me, for motherboards. I hoped it was hardware. I got a bunch of RAM in a GTX 580 earlier today. Actually, I'll show you the GTX 580 while... Oh, we finally got 65 gigs. Yeah, so now it's performing okay-ish. Admittedly, we're at kind of a lot of voltage, but... we might be able to run a lot of these timings on, like, 1.6. This really isn't bad. Especially, like, the TRFC is actually reasonable. Like, yeah, it's not B-die level TRFC, but it's, like, not trash. Like some of the other memory chips out there where at this frequency you're looking at like 800 TRFC or 700 TRFC. Where's my knife? There it is. My 2x16 Corsair Vengeance 3618 kit came in version 3.44. That's really lucky, and that's a good thing. Because that should be very, like, depending on what platform you are on, that's very overclockable. Actually, regardless of platform, it's very overclockable. It's just on Ryzen, there's no point going over 4000, or no point going over your FCLK speed. Yay, 8.1K. Ah, damn it. There. So. And here's the GPU I got today. Can't really see it. GTX 580 Matrix. Yeah, I can't get it on there. It's got buttons, though. Wait. It's got buttons and LEDs. And it's got an absolutely ridiculous VRM, which is also why the PCB is super long. Like, the heatsink's pretty big and the PCB's longer. So, yeah. I'll be doing a PCB breakdown of that eventually. I'm not sure that I'll say anytime soon because I'm so behind on PCB breakdowns. Camera? Camera, could you, like, focus? Okay, there we go. Figured it out. Needed more light. Damn it. I was mashing the delete key. Why are we in Windows? Yeah, really don't drink IPA. So eventually replace it soon. Well, eventually is accurate, whereas soon wasn't. Soon was the, soon, like, it was like Valve time soon. So at this point, we're just gonna be reasonable about it and call it eventually. Can you update your ADA? Is that so hard? Yes, actually. Or more like, it doesn't make enough of a difference for me to care. Like, because I had the new I used the new version with, what was it? 3rd gen? Yeah, yeah. Zen 3? Because I was wondering if there'd be, like, a performance difference in the memory test between the old version and the new version. And so I ran both of them back to back. And believe it or not, they both scored exactly the same. And so I just kept using the activated old AIDA version instead of messing around with activating the new one. Because the scores were the same. So what's the bloody point? There's not that many timings to mess with. I wonder if we can do 1T command right. Okay, you know what? We're gonna do 1T, but we're not gonna set the 11s. Oh, I guess I could set TXP. Because you have high memory scores and low L1, L2, L3. I don't care about the cache tests, though. Like, I literally never run those. Like, honestly, IDA's not even a good memory test at the best of times, but it's just kind of fun to look at. Where is it? Oh, yeah, TXP4. Wait, aren't you supposed to set that to 0 for best performance? I think so. No, that's not over there. Where's the... Is there no power down setting? I guess there's no power down setting. Whatever. Also, the memory scores were the same. Like, I literally, the memories tests were the ones I ran, and they were exactly the same. And that was even on, like, a CPU that wasn't supported on the old version. Yeah, but IDA's a trash benchmark anyway. It's like, seriously. I don't use IDA for, like, literally the only part of IDA I use is, like, the memory latency test. And, like, it also is completely synthetic. If I actually want a good memory benchmark, I run, like, LinPack or something. Or, you know, SuperPi. Well, I don't... SuperPi is, like, annoying to run, but it's a good memory benchmark. Okay, so 1T evidently isn't gonna work. Prime 95 doesn't have a performance... Wait, it does have a benchmark mode, doesn't it? The thing is, I've not messed with that for benchmarking memory performance. LinPack, on the other hand, scales really well with throughput. Like, you can lower the timings, the performance goes up. You can lower the... Like, it'll pick up on a lot of things. Whereas, like, IDA, there are certain things you can do to your subtimings that'll completely torpedo performance in actual benchmarks, and then IDA just doesn't care at all. It just doesn't. And so, because of that, I don't use IDA. Or more like, I don't care that much about what IDA spits out. Like, if IDA says something, if IDA scores are looking a bit low, and then I run something else which shows, like, half the performance of what it should be, it's like, yeah, okay, there's a problem. Because I've had that happen. I had a memory kit which would default the RRD timings to, like, stupid levels. And so if you ran IDA, IDA didn't really pick up on that, because I don't know what IDA does, but it doesn't really care if your RRD and fall timing are terrible. And then I ran LinPack, and LinPack was running at, like, half. Literally half the gigaflops of other memory kits. At, like, the same freaking frequency. I was like, okay, yeah. And that's why I don't use IDA anymore. Or more like, why I don't care about IDA. Because, like, that's the thing, is, like, Geekbench also doesn't care that much about certain memory timings, but I still use it because it's just a convenient, easy-to-run memory test. But if I was actually going for day-to-day performance, it's just like, nope. It's worthless. Maybe 6? Now's a benchmarking mode. Yeah, I think I saw that. Are there alternatives to ADATA to measure latency and bandwidth? The thing is, measuring latency is bloody pointless. Like, your memory controller literally doesn't care about, isn't really designed to care about memory latency. The whole way your CPU's memory system is structured is to assume that the RAM is slow as shit. And it might have decent bandwidth, but the latency is always gonna suck. So, focusing super hard on getting like a low IDA latency score doesn't do anything. Like, it's a fun number to look at, but it's a completely useless performance indicator. I've literally never seen L1 and but L1, L2, and L3 are like CPU dependent. Can't see what speed you're currently running. Wait, it doesn't pick up the memory speed? I didn't even notice. But why does X99 overclock? Because it was the first memory controller with DDR, like that was the first DDR4 memory controller, so Intel was just figuring out how to get it to work. Memory overclock impacts L1, L2, L3. Interesting. It really shouldn't. If your cache benchmark is reacting to memory settings, your cache benchmark isn't staying in the cache. Unless you're like changing ring ratio, which isn't a memory setting, that's a cache setting. And also core clock will, yeah, actually core clock should have overclocked the L1 and maybe L2, and L3 overclocks with ring. The cores overclock fine on X99. It's like Haswell, just bigger for the most part. And with a way more annoying memory system. And then a lot of really bad motherboards. Well, Broadwell E is like big Broadwell, and if you've ever seen how regular Broadwell behaves, then... Actually, I think Broadwell E might be better than, like, the original Broadwell chips. Not much, but slightly better. I really wanted to find, like, LinPack is a great throughput benchmark, but I want to find something that's actually, like, memory latency sensitive. I've just not seen anything. Because everything that initially anything that looks like, oh, this looks like it's latency sensitive, and then you run it in dual rank and the performance goes way up, and dual rank has worse latency, and you can run worse latency in dual rank, and the performance shoots upwards. It's like, oh, no, it's a throughput benchmark with irregular memory access patterns. But it's still a throughput benchmark. Will you run the memkit on 4750G later this stream? This stream, no. Another stream, maybe. I wonder if we can do 26. Well, so that idea didn't work. Have you tried sorting in large in-memory database? That can be latency sensitive. No. Is there like a pre-built benchmark for that? Because if there's a pre-built benchmark for that, I'd be like thrilled to run it. You should coin this genre as V-Core. Yeah, no, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, we're already at 1.8 on the memory. I completely forgot about that. Oh, so 26 works. Can we do 25? Could build that pretty easily yourself with memcache. No. I know how to do, like, I know a little bit of Java and a little bit of C#. So... And when I say a little bit, I mean a little bit. DGR scales with volts? Yes, but I don't think the TRCD scales with volts. It seems to just be TCL that goes down with voltage, which isn't really that, you know, new. If it gives up at 1.39, it's probably CJR, and the label is wrong. Oh, I guess you're complaining about the fact that it only picks up the motherboard and doesn't pick up, like, the memory settings and stuff. Eh. The thing is, it doesn't even read out all of the timings anyway, so... Like, the only, like, if you want timings, you need to look at ADROC timing configurator. Because the primaries don't say much. Talk memcache with pretty much any language, you only need to fill it. Wait, couldn't you maybe just make, like, a large array of variables? Like, a really, really big array of variables, and then just randomly read variables from it? And do, like, some very basic math with them. Right, like, as long as you have a... Like, as long as you put some massive piece of data into the like, that's so big that it doesn't fit in the CPU cache, it should be fine. Oh, we're at 40 nanoseconds latency, damn. It's actually not bad. That's really not bad. We're probably, like, I want to see if we can do CL16 at, like, 1.9 or something eventually. We need D50 Extreme on Aorus Extreme. I wanted to do that. See different memory performance each time depending on how memory is laid out. Couldn't you just run it over and over again to try, like, cancel that out? Like, I'd assume the CPU would actually be trying to keep the CPU would be doing its best to keep it spread across both memory sticks. Like, if you made the well, like, if it was big enough, like, if the data structure scaled up based on how much RAM there was, like, eventually it would have to fill up both memory sticks for the most part. And then the access should go to either of the two well, both memory channels should be mostly used up at some point. And then you just have to make sure that it goes, like, it's doing dual channel access. Because, yeah, if it was always single channel, then you might have like, if it sometimes ran almost single channel and sometimes ran mostly dual channel, that would get weird results, but as long as it's always running dual channel, it shouldn't have too many issues. Anyway, we're now at 8200. That's not too bad. It's not great, but not completely horrible. EK RAM water cooling block. The Monarch blocks? Mostly pointless, but less pointless than a motherboard full cover block. The main concern is, like, if your water temperature is pretty high, then you might actually be better off just air cooling the memory. The 3600 161919 kits could be both. Like, they could be both CJR and DJR, depending on when you bought it and how the chip supply is looking. Because that's not a hard bin. There's no requirement for DJR in it. So, if it behaves like CJR, you have a CJR kit. I mean, I can whip up a massive array of objects in Java relatively quickly. So, yeah, that wouldn't be too hard for me to test. The main thing would be to test it like test it at stock and then test it on overclocked settings. But, yeah, that wouldn't be too hard. I can also multi-thread in Java. Or at least, like, I've actually written multi-threaded stuff in Java. A long time ago. And it was really bad, but I can technically spawn multiple threads in Java. So I could have a multi-threaded mess of, like, memory access. What is the cool music you were playing now and before? Well, thank you for giving me so much credit. It's my solo background noise project called Machine for Screams. There is a YouTube channel where there's, like, a couple of the tracks right now. Because, like, that's the other thing. I don't think one thread would be Actually, no. Maybe intentionally restricting the whole thing to one thread would actually be better for latency sensitivity, right? Because if you can't, because if it's not trying to queue up multiple accesses at the same time, it should be more latency sensitive. I guess I can have a thread count option in the benchmark as well. Yeah, that's no problem. I can do that. The thing is, if you cook up a synthetic latency test like that, does it actually translate to any real-world applications? Right, like, it's cool when you have a benchmark go like, yeah, this scales with timings like crazy, and then it's like, yeah, but it also just doesn't correlate with any real-world workload, and then it's like, well, that was really pointless. Okay, so TRCD is now too low, which is a shame. So let's try 2 volts. Actually, it might roll over, so we're going to start at 1.9 and see if I can do CL16. Unfortunately, Typhoon Burner basically just guesses what memory chips you have. Actually, we're going to try if TRCD doesn't scale with voltage a little bit. Like, I don't think it does, but it... like, just in case. Also, I'm going to throw a fan on the way. Well, now we can't see the postcode. I can't. Okay, we're gonna have a solution. Go. Boot it now. I think, okay, no, it still doesn't want to run it. Okay, so TRCD does not scale with voltage. It's Machine for Screams. My solo noise project. Yeah, so TRCD unfortunately does not scale with volts. Cast latency might. In which case we might be able to run like 1614. ATTO or crystal disk mark using RAM disk would work for memory benchmarking. That's an interesting idea. It might. 16. Damn. Alright, 16. Still 55. Okay, well, that's not booting apparently. Hardware Asylum, I don't speak Russian, so you're gonna want to put that in English if you want an answer. And I'm guessing that's Russian. Okay, well, that didn't help. I have the feeling it doesn't... well... Oh, see, it does scale. You just need shitloads of voltage. I wasn't applying enough voltage. Okay, we're gonna run Geekbench with this. I think it tops out at 8.5K though. With higher voltage, TRFC might go down a bit. We might be able to run 500 instead of 550. I don't think Windows is working. Yeah, Windows is not working. I'm just gonna give it 2 volts. Except I'm not, because the BIOS crashed. That's what we have safe boot for. Wait, did safe boot break? Seriously? Can't do that. That's a safe boot. Like, you can't break safe boot. Oh my god, safe boot is broken. How the hell? Yeah, no, I think, like, I don't think the Mobo's dead. The memory controller, maybe, but anyway, we're gonna clear CMOS, I guess. There goes all my settings. If it's still 23s, then I think the memory controller's gone. Okay, no, it's fine. Right? It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Wait. No, it's fine. Z490 does like a false start after it clears CMOS. At least most Z490 does. Yeah, it's fine. Cool. We still have a memory controller. Or at least most of it. Oh, I forgot about TWR. I was like, why is there not enough time? Ah, yeah, I was forgetting about that one.
Oh wait, no, that's too much. Or it might be too much. I think it's too much. I'm pretty happy with these settings. The motherboard isn't. Yeah, on my daily, overclocking your daily is not fun. Like, memory overclocking your daily is not fun. Mostly because of the mem test requirement. For benchmarking, it's fine. You start saving your settings. But I have a safe boot button. I paid for the whole safe boot button. I intend to use the safe boot button. No, but I should seriously be saving profiles anyway. I think I gave it too much voltage this time. I think it rolled over. Yeah, I think it rolled over. Dude. DRAM voltage is 2. So Ace's WTR setting is like all weird on their boards, and I can't remember why it was, but like for some reason you need to set it to, I think if I set it to 11 it'll work. Which is like dumb as hell because I'm trying to, like, I want to set it to, we crashed in the BIOS. Okay, I think it rolls over hard at 1.95. Or maybe I just need to lower the VTT DDR some more. I don't, actually maybe raise it, I don't know. WTR pre, it's linked. Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, I've fixed that before and then I forgot what it was that does that. Yeah, no, it's WR pre. You're right, that's the one. I think like it's you have to set this even if you want to run even WR. What did you do with that Biostar board? I've not done much with it because it's been sitting in its box. There is nothing to repair, Windows. Why are you doing this to me? What is what? Have you set RTT Park? No, I haven't. Well, I guess we'll find out when this doesn't run. Nah, Dykstra's fine. Yay, 8,500. It's not too bad. It's a real shame I can't clock this any higher because the memory controller just implodes. You need to set that RTT. Dude, no, it didn't really change anything in terms of how this wasn't running. Dude, I had it at 2 freaking volts. It rolled over. Windows repair was because we crashed out of it the last time I went out of it. Or more like I crashed it right as I was trying to get in when I still had the 240 RTT. Yeah, I don't think there's anything left for me to adjust. Thing is, it won't run with 1.9. Okay, nope. I think it's too high. Oh? Okay, no, it's just not training properly. Try this on AM4, I will. It's just, I'm not sure it'll be very impressive when we're stuck at 3800. Okay, now the timing, something's wrong. Highest so far, like, the best settings I've run so far were 4800 CL17. But CL16 is just not working right now, which is what I'm trying to get working. Okay, so more VTT did not help. Let's try way less VTT. What do you mean in general? Like on Z490? Or like... Nah, it's still 55. Okay, I think 2 volts is just too many volts. I got 5066 boot. It was incredibly unstable at that point, but it booted. Oh, any platform. I've done 6 gigahertz. Yeah, no. Too much voltage. Probably too much voltage. Nah, 55 is like general memory error. Yeah, way too much voltage. I had it way too high voltage. And now it's mega unstable again. Lovely. I guess we're gonna try that RTT thing. Now that I actually got it booting. Yeah, no, 2 volts rolls right over. What did I want? I was kind of worried the BIOS just crashed there. If it still crashes, then that doesn't do anything. Nope, still unstable as hell. Yeah, still mega unstable. Oh man, it locked up so hard the keyboard doesn't work. Oh, and it reset itself. I didn't hit that. The system died. Not sure what to do at this point. Like, it needs more voltage, but it rolls over. Like, that didn't seem to do anything the first time around, so... No, the refresh interval is fine, that ran. Just not at CL16. Dude, are you even watching what I'm doing here? Seriously. Like, all these problems start when I try to go for CL16. Okay, well that made things worse apparently. Wait, did it just recover or something? Or did it actually boot? Oh, it booted. Cool. Can we get into Windows? The answer to that question is no. Man, I guess I should just give up on CL16. Kind of want to try 3T command rate. Like, what would happen if we did that? And then, like, 52, 28, yeah, 18. I'm hoping it takes enough edge off the memory controller that we could get in at like well over 5 gigahertz instead of like kinda 5 gigahertz. Yeah, RAM overclocking truly is doing the same thing over and over and over again. And unfortunately, getting different results. There's been a few times during the stream where I'd retry through a 55. Oh, yeah, 3T command rate is like magic. We're doing... I should have let it go into Windows at this point. Yeah, we're gonna go see if we can get into Windows. Like, 3T is bad for your performance. I don't know how bad because I've never really run it. for anything but validations, but it's bad. It's like 2T, but 3 instead of 2. Capture card, please. Where's the capture card? Oh, it died. Okay, I think I'm going to loosen out some of the tertiaries because it probably is not thrilled with what I'm doing on those. And there goes the memory bandwidth. Can't be much worse than 2T. I mean, 2T's not great already. Continue. Oh, it made it. The capture card didn't derp out. Can I get an ADA run that isn't trash for once? Can I get an ADA run at all? Because now we're running way more aggressive settings than before. Oh my god, we're at 550 TRFC. Yep, that answers that question. Nope. Where are we at? We're at 1.75. I'm not raising that any higher. I'm not sure any of those actually do what I need. No, we're not giving up the 4s. I might give up the 12s. There's like pictures of people doing like 5400 with DJR sticks on 10th gen CPUs. This CPU barely does 5. Thanks, Ike, for the 45 Danish crowns? I think they are. No, these are DJR. I'm pressing all of the keys. Okay, we skipped. If this was B-Die, we wouldn't be doing 5 gigahertz at all. Like, this CPU does not do 5 gigahertz on B-Die. I think it died. Oh no, mouse still moves. Yeah, it's not scoring any better. 63 gigs, 75. The write is actually pretty neat, but the read speed is like awful. I wonder what the latency is going to be like. If we make it to the latency test, because copy likes to crash. Oh yeah, copy's 60 gigs. Like, if this didn't need 1.75 volt system agent, this would actually be kind of neat for, like, daily settings, maybe. But it does need 1.75 volt system agent. So, yeah. The latency's not as bad as I was expecting, so that's nice. Oh my god, the CPU is trash. Can it run Geekbench? No, it can't. But it didn't crash Windows when it failed. Yeah, except my 10700K is like 51 SP, and my 10900K is 63. Okay, we're gonna go all in for max frequency. Thanks the Colonel for the 2 Swiss francs. Is MSI B558 Pro enough to OCF 5900 a bit? Yeah, that's completely fine. Depends, it kind of depends on your definition of a bit, but by my definition, yeah, that board's fine. If you put a fan on the VRM, you can overclock it a lot. Okay, so the first thing I want to know is that this still boots, because sometimes when you set everything to auto, it breaks things. It's pretty happy right now. Like, I'd like to get at least 5200. Man, I really hope this kit works better on Ryzen, because right now, like, I can't run it on Intel. Like, it just doesn't bloody work. Oh yeah, it boots 5100. And then the CPU decided that it wasn't having it anymore. This thing is so bad. Oh, I didn't drop the cache clock. I should probably do that. Yeah, they really need to ship these kinds of memory kits with bin CPUs. This is ridiculous. Like, the chip just can't run this at all. Z390 Apex had trace centering for ages. I think it's some extra training procedure, and it really helps with stability on A2 PCBs. I guess we can try 1.8 volt system agent again, but I kinda doubt it's gonna help much. Yeah. I mean, we're at 1.75 right now, so... Yeah. Is the 10... What? 10900K isn't a GPU. So, yeah, it's a terrible GPU, actually. Right? Like... For $500, the GPU performance of a 10900K is real, like, well, actually, for whatever the price of the 10900K is, the GPU performance is really bad. Is the 10900K a bad CPU? Depends on what you're doing and how much you spent on it. Okay, 1.8 volt system agent did not help. To absolutely nobody's surprise. Why is this chip so bad? Yeah, it just doesn't work. I'm gonna try 5300 just in case the 5200 ratio is like broken or something, but I don't think that's the case. Okay, screw this. We're gonna do like daily stable settings now, so... Because this isn't going anywhere at this point. By the way, if you're in chat, the chat is like really behind the video as far as I can tell, so you're gonna have to like point out what you're referring to. Because some of the comments, seem, like for me, end up being super out of context. Yeah, I'm not even sure that's going to be necessary. I'd like to hit like 4600, but I'm not sure that with this chip that's possible. What SA voltage have you been running? Well, the last couple was 1.8. But basically, for 5 gigahertz and up, I need 1.75 minimum. Well, 5 gigahertz needs 1.7, 5100 needs 1.75, and 5200 doesn't work. So, yeah, chips sucks. BZ, what happened to the A520 RAM overclocking? There is a A520 RAM overclock video on the channel. Like, I don't know how much you like, what were you expecting? Like, me to do all the, like, there's not much point. It's not that different from a low-end B550 board. Yeah, like, bets on this not booting 4600 being stable at, well, let's see. Okay, well, let's see, well, maybe I'll get my 4600 stable. For long-term use, I would stick to 1.4 system agent. But CPU ain't mine, and I want to see, like, if it can do what I want, so... Yes. Oh, wait, I'm going to need hardware info, because I have no idea what the thermal paste condition on this CPU is right now. And we should also run Cinebench before we run Linpack. Or I'm going to get, like, I'm going to hit 100 degrees and be very surprised why it's unstable. Yeah, why aren't my temperatures updating? Why is it? Oh, it's super slow for some reason. Nah, that's still bad. Yeah, this is probably gonna... Well, actually, with Linpack being super memory bandwidth sensitive, this might actually be fine. Because we'd probably have, like, no throughput right now, because it's on auto timings. So yeah, fun fact, Linpack gets hotter the better your memory settings are. No hardware monitor, and... Oh wait, is this the system where hardware info and Linpack can't run at the same time? Oh yeah, that is that OS. Damn it! Yeah, and now Linpack starts working. Oh, we're gonna use core temp then. With 1.4 SA, you should be able to do like 4266 CL16 or 4400 CL17, assuming your DIMMs are capable. So right as this goes a little over 9 gigs, it might crash instantly. Oh, it didn't. Nice. And the CPU's not on fire, mostly because we're massively memory bottlenecked. So for Linpack, basically, if you can get like 600 gigaflops, you're doing a good job. If you can do like 650 gigaflops, you're doing a really good job. I'm guessing this is going to be like 400. My record for Linpack was like 660. So actually 700's probably doable, but like the CPU would have to be absolutely insane. Also, it does scale with CPU clock and cache clock. Like, it scales with freaking everything. So, yeah, but it really likes good memory settings a lot, so we'll see. Can you define Precision Boost Overdrive for me? Precision Boost Overdrive lets you change the, like, Precision Boost targets. That's all it really does, is, like, you can tell the CPU, hey, instead of being limited to 100, like, if you're on a 105 watt TDP CPU, you basically tell the CPU, hey, instead of only going up to 140 watts, you can go up to 200 watts. Oh man, yeah, so this is, yeah, well, this is why it's not running hot. We're at 355 gigaflops. I want a second loop just to make sure that it's not also, like, super unstable right now. Oh no. We can skip this one. Yeah, at 355 gigaflops, this is going to take a while. It's a minute per pass. And I do want at least 2 loops. Well, at least running Linpack makes the room warmer. Because it has been kind of cold today. Yeah, unfortunately the playlist isn't that long. I think it's like an hour and a half, so it loops. I like this track. It's really chill in my opinion. Okay, so this is passing. So that's good. Let's start tightening up the settings. And I hope ADATA aren't going to be annoyed that I can't run the kit at like anywhere near the XMP. Actually, no, we're not going to tighten... Well, I am going to tighten up two things. Gonna do these, because though, like, if Linpack's gigaflops goes way up, then the memory controller gets very upset pretty quickly. And the TRRDs are, like, the #1 source of, well, bandwidth for Linpack. I got two 32 gig DIMMs running at 4000 C18, booted 4400, can't get stability. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know what to do about that. They tested it on Z490 themselves? Yes, but there's no QVL on the website, so... Like, I'm pretty sure this kit is meant for Z490. Unless they released it ahead of Z590 for 11th gen. If they were that worried about it. No, I think the thing is they hired like another agency to like ship out the kit to influencers. And so that's how it ended up in my hands. It's not like ADATA was like, oh yeah, we're gonna send this to Buildsley. That's a great idea. Like, I still think it's a cool kit, but yeah, I can't run it at full speed because my CPU sucks too much. Hopefully I get lucky with an 11900K or, well, depend. Like, I might not even, depends. Really, really depends if I end up getting an 11900K. I probably will. I'm not going to be trying the kit on Ryzen today. It says Z490 in the title of the live stream. I swear, it's like people can't read or think, or both. They read the title and then they don't process it, or they don't read the title and therefore they can't process it. For Z590, I'm just using the 10700K. There's no reason to use another CPU. Yeah, see? So you tighten up the TRRDs and suddenly the CPU is on fire. Might have crashed. Oh, wait. No, it's still under 100. As long as it's under 100, I'm not too fussed about it. Oh, you guys can't see the temperature readout. Oh, man. Okay, and now it's not stable anymore. I think it might be the CPU, so we're gonna just, like, dropping the core clock by 2% is gonna make less of a difference than changing the timings. But, you know, if your core clock is 2% too high, then yeah, it's gonna crash, so I'm gonna lower the core clock. Technically, this chip can run 5.1, I just can't remember the settings. So we're not gonna run 5.1 right now. I've messed around with 2x32, like 2x32. It's not very fun. It takes way, way too long to stress test. And that's most of my issues with it. Like, going up to 4400 on 2x32, pretty easy. Getting it to not error randomly, like 100% into a test, very hard. And so, very unpleasant to work with, because 64 gigs of RAM takes for frickin' ever. Encore is at 45. Which this chip should do. Like, if I remember, I think I had this chip running 5.146 or 5.145. The last time I tried to do like a full overclock with everything. You can do 5.4 LinPack with what memory settings? Like, how many gigaflops are you getting when you run LinPack at 5.4? Because I'm pretty sure I could get 5.4 to run if I just loosened out the memory timings so much that it was running at like 100 gigaflops. Actually, single channel LinPack might run at 5.4. Around 650. Okay, yeah, your chip is insane then. Yeah, if you're getting 650 gigaflops, great chip, great RAM settings. That's really impressive. My chip here, like, this thing has to be borderline for being a 10900K. You know what? I should check what voltage it requests for 5.3 boost. Because I've never done that. Like, I've never run this chip at stock. Yay, 550 gigaflops. And it's running at 4666, that's decent. So yeah, I rather like DJR, I just don't like the XMP on these, because I don't know what they were expecting. Like, how many CPUs are there that can actually run this? Like, you enable the XMP and it doesn't just blue screen all the time. Guys, you should probably throw some, like, questions or something in chat, because I'm, like, or the stream's gonna be boring, because we're gonna be staring at Linpack a lot. ES chips. I mean, some of the early ES chips were potatoes. Yeah, like, actually, I've heard of some chips that, like, hit their peak boost at, like, 1.6 vid. Which is, like... That's a potato right there. Like, imagine, like, your CPU is so bad that Intel themselves program it to run at 1.6 out of the factory. Any chance you get the new Intel Tech cooler sent to you? I'm sure if I put in a request, I could get one. I've not put in a request yet, because... like, it's not like I don't have stuff to do. And just, yeah. And then Z490's coming, and I'm going to be buried in motherboards. I'm gonna build myself a little motherboard house. It's gonna, well, it's gonna be entirely made of gigabyte motherboards, but it's still gonna be a motherboard house. Good way to test if 2000 FCLK is staple. I'd run Prime 95 with a very large FFT range. So from like 96K all the way up to, I don't know, like 1000K. Because at the really large FFTs, it starts hitting your memory really hard. What is the batch code of your 4750G? I have no idea. I've never checked. Like, to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense to check batches on CPUs that I only have one of. Because it's like, oh, it's some random batch. I don't know if it's good, I don't know if it's bad, you know, like... And actually, there's so few 4750Gs in the hands of overclockers that it's like, who am I going to compare against? Did you ever think back in the DDR3 days that RAM speeds would reach the point where IMCs couldn't keep up? That was already a problem. Like, regardless of DDR generation, the memory controllers have been, like, getting upgraded. Like, Phenom 2s, right? Their memory controller? Freaking awful. Wait, the new CPU's 5000. Oh, you mean the APUs? Did they announce a desktop part? I know they did laptop parts, but if they're all laptop parts, then it's not like I can do anything with them. My MSI Z490 doesn't show vDroop in hardware info. If you use the correct version of hardware info with the right BIOS, I think, you should have DiSense readings on MSI boards. Have you seen the GN video on the motherboard where the CPU is on the back side? No, because that seems like a stupid freaking gimmick. They announced non-X OEM parts. Desktop. Okay, well, if I find one if I find another pre-built with a 5000 APU, then I'm getting one. Yay, Linpack 3 loops passed at 550 gigaflops. That's not bad. It's not bad. I mean, we are at 4666, but it's not bad. And I do have a fan sitting on the memory sticks, but I don't think that's too necessary. Why do you think DDR5 isn't out for motherboards yet, but for GPUs we're already at... GPU memory systems work completely differently. Doesn't MSI... So the Unify, when it first launched, didn't have VRV out in hardware info, and there was like some updates that fixed that. Oh, I wonder if we could do 4700. That's really pushing it, but... That's kind of the point of overclocking. Okay, the memory controller does not like 4700. Wait, they non-X OEM parts. Oh, then I don't care. Oh, you meant CPUs. Yeah, no, I don't care about CPUs. I want the new APUs. Just 50... Yeah, so what does that do? Like, seriously, unless it's way cheaper and you can buy it in a store, it's pointless, isn't it? Frickin' Asus BIOS. How hard is it to make a memory drop down that doesn't bug out when you click the down arrow? Or the up arrow in my case. I pressed up. Let's try 23. You know what? Interesting. Did I not safe boot? I guess we might have to go to 4600. Because as I'm tightening up the timings, it seems to get more and more upset, which makes sense. Like, as long as it spits out more gigaflops, I don't really care how. I did it again! I never learn! Yes, Asus. That's how numbers work. I can't believe they haven't fixed this. Like, this has been and it is a really minor bug, but it's like, how is it still in the BIOS for so long? Like, it's been a thing since Z270. If not earlier than that. Like you go into the BIOS, you try to change your memory ratio just by pressing the minus or plus button, and you end up at the maximum ratio for the platform. Right now we're at 4600 1724, but with like tightened up subtimings. I had the kit all the way up at like 5100, but the memory controller on the CPU just can't. That's the nice way of saying it. Two, 4, 3, yes, yes, no. Any plans on getting a 5700 GAPU? Yeah, when they launch the desktop 5000 series APUs, I'll get one. Because it'll probably be the greatest DDR4 memory controller ever made. Who do you think will be impacted by DDR5 latency more? That's not how that works. Like, it really, like, it does not work like that. Oh, I didn't insta crash when we hit the run, so it's pretty good. Could you degrade memory chip with high voltage? Yes. Luckily, there's a lot of DDR4 memory chips that are just like bomb-proof. E-die, B-die, D-die, like Samsung, the old 4 gigabit D-die, 4 gigabit E-die, then of course 8 gigabit B-die. What else is there? DJR. I think 4 gigabit AFR was pretty robust as well. Micron 16 gigabit, Rev B, Micron Rev E. Though Rev E and Rev B, they roll over pretty hard. Like, it depends on what you're doing, but they don't seem to like not tolerate high voltage, they just behave weird with it. It's pretty normal for a lot of memory chips. MFR is universally crap. Every revision of MFR on DDR4 has been kinda... Actually, no. When DDR4 first launched, MFR was kind of the best memory chip you could get. But even then, it wasn't particularly great in terms of voltage tolerance. It like rolled over at 1.65. And it was really picky as well. Like, some of it wouldn't like it needed you needed to dial in the voltage just right on it. Oh, the performance didn't really change much at all right now. And we're still at 550. That's sad. What benefits do you hope DDR5 brings? More bandwidth. Also, if I'm not mistaken, it now has per channel refresh instead of whole memory system refresh. So it should be, like, the utilization should be better. Like, DDR5 is basically smarter than DDR4 in terms of how it's accessed, which is why I like a lot of the people going like, oh my god, the timings are so bad. It's just like, yeah, in real world, that's not really going to behave that way. No, you've lost the Silicon Lottery when you need to run 1.75 System Agent to hit XMP on an Apex. Yup. I don't know what the record for DDR2 is. It should be up on Hardware Bot. Actually, it's definitely up on Hardware Bot. The DDR2, wait, it's only 910 megahertz, really? Like, obviously double data rate, so that's DDR2 1800. That's kind of low. Because, like, the DDR3 record is, like, 2.3 gigahertz. And the DDR4 record is 3.3 gigahertz. So there's, like, a big jump between DDR2 and DDR3. Like, DDR2 didn't make it to a gigahertz. I was expecting it to do a gigahertz. Interesting. This music sounds like blue screen. Well, that probably explains why I listen to it, doesn't it? Yeah, okay, well, this didn't speed up, so we're just gonna restart, and I'm gonna... Oh, wait, I should have... Well, actually, we can check the timings in the BIOS. No, the rest of this looks fine. Here's a question, any ideas why my Z170-A can't OC my RAM for absolute shit? XMP works, but even raising some timings from there, it won't boot. What's the XMP? And what, like, memory kit is it? Man, why doesn't the core temp window remember that I wanted over there? Oops, I think I chose the wrong size. No, I did. Idiot. Well, actually, it doesn't matter. I don't know what genre this is because I made it. So, Yeah. Genre BZ core. It's like slow cyber grind for the most part, I'd say. Because, yeah, it's not fast enough to be proper cyber grind. Is this your first attempt on 5000 kit? Yeah, this is the first time I'm working with this kit. Well, I worked with the DDR4 5100 ballistics kit before this. And that was very different. It's DJR. This is DJR. If this was B-die, it wouldn't post. Like, it's DJR and it's already hard enough to run. If this was B-die, it would be completely unbootable for, like, so many systems. Did it crash? No, it's running faster and it's running just fine. Awesome. We're now at 570 gigaflops. Yeah, I'd like to hit 600. Yeah, right now I'm trying to go for like a daily stable settings. Already past 4 hours. Well, yeah, RAM overclocking is very time intensive and not really that difficult. It's a whole lot of staring at stress tests, though normally I'd be playing a video game instead of staring at the bloody stress test, but I'm not sure how, like, I want to... Like, the thing is, if I try to play a game at the same time as running a stress test, it makes the stress testing process even longer. And right now we're just hunting, like, initial settings. So, yeah. I hope this just passes. Like, I really hope that this isn't one of those... Because there's some memory kits where it's like, they're really, like, almost stable. Right? They're almost stable. They're not actually fully stable, just very almost. So it's like you can punch in so many different settings that get you to just under 100% mem test. Or like just over 100% before they error out, and it's just like, you've got to be kidding me. I hate those, like, it's so annoying when you have a kit like that. So I'm really hoping that this kit is an exception where it's like, if it runs 3 loops of Lin Pack, it'll run 20 loops of Lin Pack. Right now we're at 4600 1724 with some tightened up sub-timings. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. We're not gonna run more loops because I don't feel like we need to. Not right now. Yeah, so here's the timings. We're at zoom in. Ta-da! There's the timing. So we're at 4600, 17, 24, 24, 40, 12. Like, this is good. That's actually really good. I mean, if this was B-die, that would be like 300 instead of 550, but this is not B-die, so that's really good. This should go lower. So I can knock this down probably... I can probably knock... No, this down. I can knock this down probably down to... 10. Might be... Yeah, I should be able to run it at like 30 or 32. That's fine. This might go lower. That might go lower. Can't touch this won't change. This might go up a bit. Like this might do 40k, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure that I want to bother with that. So yeah, TRRD might go down a tick or two. Damn it! That's what I get for messing around with the window. Azrock X570 Extreme 4 is just reskinned variant of the X570 Steel Legend. I can't remember, and I'm pretty sure both of those boards are worse than like Asus or Gigabyte at that price point. Also maybe MSI depending on exactly what the price is. So 16. This might do 9. Might do 10. I want to drop this to 30 first. Praise a safe boot. Because we might need it after that. Yeah, I think that's going to be a safe boot. I think the primaries are too low again. I drink Monsters. And that's literally it. I'll occasionally switch it up to like a Red Bull. Oh, I just drink the regular green ones. Like, I prefer the orange ones, but the store nearby doesn't stock orange ones, so I drink green ones. Yeah, but Red Bull tastes worse. The tap water really depends on where you live. There's some places where I wouldn't drink the tap water at all. Okay, so now it's upset about something. Progress. Right, like that's the thing. Settings that work are not actually useful information because we want to, as quickly as possible, figure out what doesn't work, not what does work. Things that work don't help you get to a stable overclock. I think it's that. We're heading for like 5 hours pretty quickly at this point. I wonder if the capture card... Yeah, capture card recovered. The thing with the RTLs is, like, if I touch the RTLs, this is going to stop posting. So I'm not touching the RTLs, and that right there is fine. Like, as long as they don't train differently between boots, I don't actually care what they're at. GPU that's simple to mod. HD 770s, various GTX 400 and 500 series, like mid and low end old cards. Basically 28 nanometer or older and low end. And avoid Fiji. Oh, so I nailed it. It was TCWL. Cool. I'm impressed at myself. Yay, 581 gigaflops. Oh, I'm kind of thinking I'm running out of settings to adjust. The CPU's at 5 gigahertz. Maybe if I bumped it up to 5.1 or... Actually, yeah, 5.1, then... Yeah, actually at 5.1, we definitely need enough voltage to set this on fire. Yeah, actually I have no idea why this OS and all the motherboards that I use it with end up at 2041. It's the OS doing it, but I don't know why this OS is at 2041. I think sometime it crashed and it broke the timer. Actually, I'm kind of wondering if I could bump up the CPU performance, like, if 5.1 wouldn't significantly uplift the gigaflops. No, the board's just not plugged into the internet. Believe it or not, you can not plug in the internet cable and not have the Wi-Fi turned on. Or more like, just not put a Wi-Fi password in. Yeah, I'd be getting 591 if we were at 5.1, so I'm gonna bump this to 5.1. Oh no, it's already at 12. Maybe we can run 2428. What's at max cache? This CPU? Yeah, if I raise the cache clock anymore, it's gonna start crashing LinPack. Okay, okay, cast latency 16 is not gonna work. This can go lower. I can disable cores, but I'm pretty sure LinPack slows down when you do that because it's multi-threaded. And I don't think it measures per core. Increasing cache makes the core more unstable. Or more like the faster your core and your memory are running, the worse the cache stability gets. Because basically the cache is just shuffling data from the memory to the core. So if there's more, and if the core is able to process more data, then the cache needs to shuffle more data around. And if the cache, you know, isn't particularly great, then the stability goes down. So, like, one of the easiest ways to get your CPU to require absolutely stupid amounts of voltage in AVX stress tests is to run a really high cache clock. Because a lot of chips, it's not that the core can't run high clock AVX, it's that the cache can't. I don't think there's any different 770 PCBs. They're all roughly the same. I guess look for one with 3-phase V-core, because I think there might be a couple with 2-phase. There's not really that many different 770 PCBs. There's a 2-phase one and a 3-phase one for V-core, and the 3-phase one is better. What would you consider a really high cache clock? Well, most of my CPUs... Okay, no. So for like Z370 CPUs, or more like the 8700Ks, 8086Ks, 4.8, 4.7, pretty easy. But then you get like the 8 cores and the 10 cores, and it's like 4.5. My 10700K doesn't go over 4.4, because it sucks. Very badly. Do you do PCB breakdowns on commission? Like, you want to pay me to do a PCB breakdown? I mean... No? Yeah, not really. Like, it has to, like, the PCB has to be in... Like, you either send me an interesting PCB, in which case I'm doing it for free, or you send me a PCB that you can't pay me to cover anyway. Yeah, but the thing is, like, the cache is still subject to Silicon Lottery like anything else, so there's some CPUs that probably do way better cache than most of my collection. Have you ever overclocked the 5950X, or should I ask, is it worth it? Depending on what you're doing, it's worth overclocking. Like for benching the 5950, like if you're benching for hardware bot, it makes sense to overclock it manually. And I have overclocked it. It was just a while ago, and then I got distracted with the whole APU thing, because, well, APU is more interesting than a bigger faster 3950X. Yeah, so if I bump the core clock now, I'm pretty sure we'll get 600 gigaflops. Yay! Yeah. So I'll hit my target if I bump the core clock at this point. So yeah, DGR is pretty good. It's just a shame that I have it in a speed bin that's like unrunnable. And this is why I was asking G-Skill for like a reasonable speed DJR kit, so that there'd be some overclocking headroom in this, whereas this kit is so ridiculous out of the box that it's just like, good luck having a CPU that can run this. Good luck with that. So it's better to do, say, 4.5 or stock with PBO. I think PBO, even in really heavy workloads, goes pretty close to 4.5, so in that case, it's not really worth it. But if you have a workload where PBO hits like 4.2, and it's a workload you do a lot, then it makes perfect sense to run a static 4.5 instead. Assuming it's stable for that workload. Now, the curve optimizer it works like undervolting, except it destabilizes like mid-range workloads a lot. So basically full core, like all core workloads on the curve optimizer, not a problem. But then you have like 1, 2, 3, 4, so on the 16 core, workloads that get upset. 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to like maybe 7 threads, you have workloads that just suddenly are completely unstable, which is just like, yeah, that's great, AMD. Thank you. We really needed the ability to offset the voltage by like 30 millivolts across the board. Because the thing is, if I remember correctly, the way they explained it was like minus 10 counts is like minus 50 millivolts on heavy loads, but minus 30 millivolts on light loads, and it's like, no, you're idiots, because I need minus 50 on heavy, and I don't want to change the light load voltage. Like, the voltage range, like, the adjustment, like, they should have had, like, a curvature, instead of, like, or more like, there should have been more variables. It shouldn't have been a single setting as far as I'm concerned. Because, like, it's just trying to change too many things with one tool, and that tool isn't very, you don't have a lot of fine control over it. Because generally, PBO sucks at very high very high thread counts. That's where it sucks. And in low thread count workloads, I don't want to touch what it's doing. I don't care what it's doing with single-threaded. I don't care what it's doing with 2 threads or 3 threads or 4 threads. I don't want to change the single-threaded voltage or the 4-thread voltage. I want to change the 16 to 32 thread voltages, because those are way too damn high. And they're also relatively easy to stress test for. Whereas like 2 threads, depending on which core the thread is running on, you may or may not crash. Right? And so it's just like, so basically it has the exact same problem as like the old undervolt, like the undervolting on well, the old style undervolting that you could do. on 2000 series. Like, it has all the same problems that had. Actually, I think we might be able to run that at 24. I don't think that's going to make much of a difference. Oh man, this thing's going to run so hot. There's a thermal limit. Not my CPU. I think I set the TRFC too low. Are we gonna see you bench on X299? Probably? I don't know when, though. Do you ever overclock memory on the Z490i Unify? Not really, because I had to send it back before I got around to doing much of anything with that board. I was really annoyed about that. Still haven't managed to score a C8 DH. The thing is, I put in a request to try get one directly from Asus for free, and I don't know what happened to that request, so I'm gonna have to check. I guess they denied it. Which I'm pretty annoyed about. Wait, you can bench 5.2 gigahertz? What are you cooling that with? Because for water cooling, that's insane. For liquid nitrogen, that's terrible. Also, what CPU? 9800X. Oh, actually, I have no idea how those work. Because those are 10 cores. But for like a 14 or a 16 or an 18 core, that would be insanely high.
So, for AMD GPUs, I literally just go into HexEdit. Like, I just use HXD, like a hexadecimal editor. And I change the BIOS settings that way. And then I flash it with ATI flash for AMD. For NVIDIA, I don't know how to do anything NVIDIA BIOS related, mostly because on NVIDIA cards, you can just kind of take a soldering iron to them and fix them that way. And then you don't have to worry about which BIOS version is on the card, because you can just look at it and see, oh, it doesn't have shunts anymore. Or there's a lot of wires around the shunts. I wonder what that's for. NVIDIA BIOS. Yeah, I can't help you with NVIDIA BIOS at all. I get the feeling it's upset because we're at 5.1, so I'm gonna drop that. Why my CPU bad? Actually, you know what? We're not gonna drop that. We're just gonna shove more voltage into it and hope for the best. Why the tense background audio? Is it tense? And yeah, I just like really abrasive music in general. Like, I normally have metal playing literally all day, every day. And not like the melodic kind of metal. Is it possible to run 5000 megahertz RAM stable with 5 gigahertz stable 10900K, 10850K? If your 10850K is really good, sure. If your 10850K is like most people's 10850K, hell no. Same for the 10900K. I know how to flash NVIDIA BIOSes. I don't know how to mod them. He was asking about flashing and modding, and it's like, I don't know how to mod them. So, you know, that's the main issue. Like, flashing them, you literally just look up NVFlash and look up the how to use NV. Actually, I think NVFlash comes with a README that tells you how to use it. So, yeah. If you can read, you can probably use NVFlash. But as for modding NVIDIA BIOSes, I have no idea how, because anytime I wanted to mod anything on any NVIDIA card, the first tool I think of is soldering iron, and then I think of wire. And resistors. Why Gigabyte has not released any 11900 BIOSes? Wait, you mean AGSA 1190, or you mean the 11900K? And as far as I know, both MSI and Gigabyte have said that the 1190 BIOS, the 1190 AGSA is a pile of trash and they're not going to release it. MSI recently released 1200 for the Godlike, so I'm going to be testing that pretty soon. Not on this stream, soon. I have no idea what that means. It just dropped.
I think I should maybe give up on 5 point... Well... There was a few adjustments I made, right? No, I brought this back up. That's fine. Maybe the TREFI is too high at last. Man, this chip is so bad. Can you actually do links? Yeah. I mean, it runs a little over 100 degrees, but you can totally run it. Like, I've done that in the past. Do patrons get lifetime Discord access? You get lifetime. Mostly because you literally just get access to a link that gives you access to the Discord, and then, yeah. It's like, there's no, I'm not using the Patreon integration. How tight connected is TREFI and TRFC? Honestly, they're independent, even though they control, like, the same functionality. Or at least, yeah, in my experience, they've been pretty independent. Like, you'd think if you ran a really short TREFI, you could run a really, really low TRFC, but when I've tried that, it never worked. So I'm not sure what's up with that. There's probably, I have some misunderstanding of how the refresh cycle works, and there's like a lower limit to how low it can be. That is independent of how long the gap between refreshes is. Man, this OS is all crapped up. So slow to start. Comes the hit, and it's running. It's running at 104 degrees, but it's running. Oh boy. If it's thermal, oh, it's hit 107. It's gonna start thermal throttling, and then it'll crash. Surprised we're still... Oh, whoa. It might have throttled, though, so, like, we'll see if the performance is any good. It almost certainly throttled, because it was at 107. Didn't crash, though, so that proves that the chip is shit. What I suspected. Yeah. Admittedly, the last time I did the 5.1, that was on a 280mm AIO instead of a 240, and it was with... Actually, no, it was still 2000 RPM fans, so it's not like the fans were going significantly faster. But it still had way more surface area, so... Yeah, that actually ran slower. No point, it slowed down because it thermal throttled so hard. And no more timings left for me to adjust. So maybe RTLs, but those scare me, so we're not gonna touch those. Or are we? And we got safe boot. What do I have to lose? I don't know. Music's a bit too loud? Okay, I might turn it down a bit. Okay, that was still booted, but did it actually train different settings, or...? Because I actually don't know what the latency offset does. So we're gonna find out today. Oh, it lowered the RTL, yeah. It didn't change the IOL, though. Can I just punch in 13? I get the feeling if I just punch in 13, it's gonna stop working. Yeah, it just stops working. Yep, okay. So I still don't know what to do about RTLs. Can BDI be thermally unstable for plus 5C? Yes. Like, there's a very specific temperature at which your memory overclock is no longer going to be stable. Maybe if I just keep lowering them? No, of course that wouldn't work. How goes the battle? My memory controllers definitely suck. So what I suspected for a very long time is now very much confirmed. My 10700K and 10900K are terrible. By losing a memory channel, you mean when you boot and you don't have all your memory channels, or when, like, the memory channel dies? Right now we're running 4600 CL17, and I'm actually going for stability. It's at 1.6, 1.4, 1.3 for memory, SA, IO. Because the XMP on these is 1.6, so there's no reason for me to lower the DIMM voltage. So normally when I've had X299 drop memory channels, it's because the system agent voltage wasn't high enough or the DIMM slots were, like, the DIMMs were in the wrong DIMM slots. So, yeah. I've never had, like, an issue with I.O. doing that, or cache voltage doing that. Depending on how unstable the RAM is, you're gonna run the game and it's gonna crash, or you're just gonna run the game and the errors, like, sometimes you'll see, like, graphical glitches, or, like, depends on what, you know, data gets corrupted. But yeah, you can honestly, like, you can sometimes get artifacting from CPU, like, memory, unstable memory clocks on your CPU. And normally that leads to, like, weird geometry issues. ECC would make the stress testing procedure a lot more convenient. Because if you were getting, like, one error that the ECC can take care of, then you can just ignore it, right? Whereas if you're getting, or even a couple of errors, and you have ECC, you'd probably be able to just ignore it, and it shouldn't, like, the one error getting corrected every so often should have less of an effect on your overall performance than the extra frequency you gain. So I really wanted to mess with some ECC RAM because of that, but yeah, haven't had a chance. You don't even need registered DIMMs, you just need ECCU DIMMs. And registers add latency. Like, unregistered ECC memory sticks is what I'd like to test out. Well, I think at this point I'm just going to run memtest on this and call it a day. I've not messed with OCCT, I just use HCI memtest. So, yeah. How do you calculate theoretical max throughput? You multiply your effective frequency by 8. And then divide it by... Actually, yeah, you just multiply it by 8. And then multiply it by how many memory channels you have. Because of how memtest works, the different, the instances aren't going to keep up with each other in terms of memory, in terms of how much RAM they've tested. And it's not an issue, it's just how Windows allocates resources to the different instances. So yeah, like this right here should theoretically be getting 73.6 gigabytes per second. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, it failed on the last pass. I'm still calling it a day here for the live stream. I have stuff to do. But I do want to run some benchmarks because this is relatively stable, so I think I can probably get it to pass eventually. Yeah, so we're getting like 62 gigs. Oh well. I think like 63 gig read, 68 write. $60 copy. That's not bad, but it's definitely not the highest bandwidth numbers I've ever seen. I wonder, I need to do 70 gigs per second someday. Also, the latency's pretty bad, but that's just the IOLs being, well, terrible. And I don't know what to do about that. Like, it's not even the RTLs, it's literally just the IOLs are terrible, therefore ADA doesn't like it. I wonder how Geekbench does. It's probably going to spit out around 8K. Which, yeah, kind of on the low side of what I'd want, but... The thing is, I don't tune them because I don't know how to tune them. Like, every time I've tried to mess with IOLs, the only thing that happens is the system either doesn't post, or it's so unstable it's unusable. Like... Yeah, so we get just about 8,000 points, which is definitely a little bit low. Actually, I wonder if we can do 1T. Right, we're not at 4800 anymore. Maybe 1T will work. Wait, good latency on X299? I think mid-40s, I think. Because X299 generally has higher latency, if I remember correctly, so mid-40s is fine. On, like, Z490, you really want to be getting, like, mid-30s, but... Can't do that if your IOLs are 1414. Minus them all by one and try to reboot. Yeah, that's how it doesn't post. Like, if you mean all of them, you mean all the RTLs and all of the IOLs at the same time. Oh wait, they have initial value now. We'll try 1212. Actually, let's try 1010. Yeah, no, it just 69 and loops. Regardless of what I do. They're an extra delay, like, they're like a extra timing that, like, don't ask me what they are. I don't know. It stands for I/O latency. And as far as I know, they have something to do with the actual physical layout of the board. And RTL stands for round trip latency. And, yeah. But I don't know, like, how to explain them, so. All I know about them is you touch them and your stuff stops working. Let's try 12s. Because it trains to 14 on auto, but I don't think it'll do anything. I think it's 69, didn't it? Yeah, it's just 69s again. Gotta do all 4. Those are the initial values, though. And at least on MSI boards, if you set the initials, then it'll set everything else for you. Okay, so I'll let it train on full auto. And I'll try knock everything down by 1. But I fully expect it to just not work. What piece of hardware are you most proud of? It's a weird thing to be about a piece of hardware. So I'm probably most proud of, like, one of the GPUs I repaired. So that would be, currently that would be the 1080 Ti. If I get the GTX 1080 FTW to run well, instead of just run at all, then that'll probably take crown for most proud of. So right now we should be looking at, yeah, 71 and 1414. So you'd be 1313, 69, 69. If that works, I will be extremely surprised. Oh wait, no, I was supposed to punch in 70. I'm stupid. Yeah, no, I was supposed to punch in 70. Give me a sec. It's not an oven. It's literally like one of those pop-up toasters, and you just put your GPU over the toaster, turn the toaster on, and then hit the GPU core from above with hot air. Any chance? Yeah, there's a reason I keep hoarding old motherboards. It's so that when I finally run out of freaking modern platforms to run on live streams, I can run platforms that are actually very interesting and not mega frustrating, like this is. Okay, so now it's 1 less than what it automatically does. And... wait, what? It didn't just 69? But... What? Is that it? You just do this. And it stops 69ing on you. Like, how do I not know about this? Oh man, that's gonna boost the performance so much though. Like, the IOL makes a huge difference to performance. Like, everybody always tells me, Buildzoid, your IOLs are trash. And I'm like, yes, I know they're trash. I can see it with my own 2 eyes. My IOLs are like twice as big as yours. So how do I make them not trash? And it's like, oh, you know, you just have to set them. And it's like, set them to what? Oh, you know, you just lower them and it just works. And it's like, no, it bloody doesn't. I now need to, like, my life is a lie, and I now need to go back and test, like, so many motherboards to see if this works. Like, if this consistently works, where you can just go and lower them one at a time. Have you done any Phenom 2x6 overclocking? I haven't, but I want to. I've done a bunch of Phenom 2x4. It started at 7114. We're now at like, we're at 10. We're gonna run IDA latency, and you're gonna be like, previously I think it was getting like 42 ns or something. Now we might be at like 30 something. Is the capture card being derp? Yes, yes it is. I already did FX 8000. Seriously, that's what like my YouTube channel started with, was like AM3 plus overclocking. We're just gonna run latency, I don't care about anything else. Oh no, the latency still sucks. Why does it still suck? Like, that looks like it didn't do anything. I wouldn't go looking for my older videos, they kinda suck. 67, 10, 10. Why is the performance still bad? Maybe Linpack runs faster? Yeah, if Linpack crashes the whole system, then, you know, we're back to square one with the whole, well, now the IOLs don't look like trash anymore, but it still can't run. No, I mean, like, those videos are bad because they're just bad. Like, the mic was bad, everything was bad. 4266 CL17 RAM. What system agent voltage were you running with? Also, was it 2x8 or 4x8? I don't think Linpack's running any faster because it's not on fire. Like, the CPU's not on fire. I wouldn't know because my liquid freezer is the old Asetek one. It's not even remotely the same as the ones they make now. Damn it, Linpack, spit out a result already. I want to know if it's faster. It is faster. Yeah, but not by much. Okay, we need to lower the ritzels and IOLs need to go down. Nah, literally everything that reduces memory latency increases memory throughput, which is why most benchmarks that act like they're latency sensitive are actually just throughput benchmarks, and when you give them dual rank, they pick up a bunch of performance. Right? Like a real latency benchmark would be a benchmark where going from single rank to dual rank doesn't really do much of anything. Because if you're, because if you're pinging around for random access, then it's just like... Because I think the problem is, because if you're constantly doing random accesses, then dual rank is going to have an advantage because there's a chance that you're going to be able to, put one access on one rank at the same time as another access is doing something on another rank. But if you have infrequent, latency-sensitive operations, then dual rank shouldn't really do anything for you. And then you'd have a truly latency-sensitive test. Because otherwise, you can basically mask it with just move the data faster and move more of it. I'm kind of getting impatient. I kind of want to skip to like 6.6 or something. Hey, you plan on doing more cool outside ambient 6K OS? Not anytime soon. It's been raining a lot in my part of the UK. I am considering, now that I have more isopropyl, I'm considering maybe buying a box of dry ice. And we could do some, GPU benching or something. I'm not sure. But maybe take a CPU on dry ice. Could be kind of fun. Maybe my 3950X on dry ice, just to get a feel for it. I don't really want to run the 59... Well, actually, if I'm careful, it should be fine. Yeah, I could run the 5950X on dry ice. I could do that, maybe. I just need to prep a board and, choose a board that I want to use for that. That's the biggest problem. Figuring out what board I want to use, then prepping it, and then using it. Liquid nitrogen. The problem with nitrogen is, the dewars take space to handle properly. And I'm kind of short on space. Recently the situation has drastically improved because I finally caved and got a shelf. I'm such a moron. Seriously, I am the world's most impractical human being. It is a mystery as to how I'm still alive and haven't starved. So... Okay, well, 7.7 is really good. Today I learned, like, this stream, if nothing else, I learned how to set RTLs and IOLs. And that makes it all worth it. Like, honestly, I was getting kinda like, eh? And then it was like, wait, that's how you do RTLs? My world, like, yeah, like, my RAM overclocking career is a lie. Okay, now it's 69s. On Vision G. Damn, BZ is still going. Well, I finally learned how to set RTLs. Did you realize what that's like? Seriously. It's like I've discovered new powers. I can set RTLs and have the system still boot. So, I might try this, but I don't think that'll work. It should be 6477. Yeah, okay. 6477, that's where we're gonna stop. Maybe you can do a follow-up video on RTLs and IOLs. I might. The thing is, basically, it's like, it's so freaking stupid. I need to test it on a couple different boards to make sure that it works consistently. But, yeah. Like, at least on the Apex, I can now change RTLs and IOLs. It's like a whole new world. I'm using so I used a system agent voltage of 1.25 volts. The memory kit is 1.45 volts, right? If you're, like, for system agent of 4266, you probably need, like, 1.3, 1.35 volts. Nah, the RTLs and IOLs are still black magic, but now I know how to set them, kinda. Maybe. Still need to test more, but at least right now is working. And what's the latency like? Man, the latency really didn't change very much, did it? We're at 41.4 now. Yeah, I guess there's not much I can do about the 1724 primaries. Actually, there's one more thing I want to try. Ugh. I mean, so far my RTL IOL tuning methods have been basically just pretend they aren't there. Just pretend you can't see them. Because anytime you touch them, stuff stops working. Anyway, All right, capture card. I keep zoning out. I've been streaming too long. Come on, capture card. Behave. Thank you. LN2 when? When I finally find a place to move into. Okay, so that didn't really, that actually made the latency a bit worse, which I suspected would happen, but now I want to run linpack. 2, 4, 4. Yeah, no, bam. We don't need the temperature readout, I just want the... Because the thing is, you can tell when linpack is about to, like how linpack is running just from watching the memory usage go up. I haven't seen you do LN2 in ages, yeah. I know. I'm so annoyed about that. Actually, if I move a little bit more stuff off of the couch, we can run LN2. There is a shitload of stuff on the couch. So that's going to be a bit more difficult than it sounds. But I am planning to get a second shelf soon. And then the couch won't have to be, well, like right now the couch is literally just storage. But with a second shelf, it could be half couch, where like the thing is, the way I always dealt with the doers was I'd sit the doer on the couch and then I'd tip it over. So, yeah, I could get like 60, like I could fill up my 2 convenient sized doers. We could just use those. So that's like, what, 65 liters if I remember correctly? Actually, no, I think it's 60. Yeah, so I'd have like 60 liters. Just find a place to move. I mean, I'm still searching for that. The thing is, I have kind of too many requirements, I think. And I'm also really indecisive. We'll get a dry ice stream. Oh, I could do Haswell on dry ice. That should be fun. Okay, so linpack picked up a little bit, but not much. Okay, wait. There's one more, like, now that, like, no, one more thing. Just one, one more thing. It's literally the, oh, that's how all overclocking works. Just one more timing, just one more setting. Just one more adjustment. For when to move. Defined endpoints. That still wouldn't help. Like, imposing like a deadline or something doesn't do anything on somebody who's just completely incapable of just like it doesn't work. I'm really bad at time management, but the thing is, like, at this point it's just a case of like I just get more stressed and less productive. That's all that really happens. If I try to enforce like some strict time management on myself, it just like, yeah, that's literally all that happens. Like, I just get worse. What did I want to do? Oh, right. Oh, so, wait, no, that does work. Cool. Go for the play. That's not even remotely like a consideration. It's just like, I want a backyard. so that when I'm working with solvents, I don't have to do it in my kitchen. And I want a lot of space. And the thing with the lot of space part, like I want one big room, is like basically I'm looking at houses at this point. Which is fine, because my part of the UK is really cheap, and the houses aren't that expensive, but like choosing between 3-bedroom houses is a lot more difficult than like choosing between a couple room, like if I could see like one big room, then it'd be like, yeah, I'll definitely take that, but then it's like, oh, it's a 3-bedroom house, it's like, where is it? What, does it have a garden? Also, there's like the fact that I don't have a car, and I don't plan to change that, because it's just like, the only thing I'd be using the car for is going shopping, which to me is like, that's wasteful as hell. And expensive, right? Like, I'd have a car, then I'd have car insurance, then you'd have the maintenance for the car, and it's like, it's dumb as hell. So, yeah, I have some sort of odd location well, they're not requirements, but preferences. There's been a couple places that I've seen where it was like, oh, that almost looks like, you know, I'd check it out, but then also with the current events, like arranging viewings and that kind of thing is a hassle. Oh, and then there's of course the internet requirement. Yeah, don't get me started on the internet requirement, because I need to go through the freaking ISP every single time to check if the internet is good, because like the various like websites for looking through properties, they have like a speed test like a speed recommendation, but I know for a fact it's inaccurate, because for my address they have like a speed that's like 1/10 listed, 1/10 of what I actually get. So it's just like, nope, I have to go to the ISP, and then I need to figure out what address it is that the property is at, so I can give it to the ISP so they can tell me if there's going to be decent internet there or not. How do you get LN2 without a car? Well, I get it delivered to my door. It's super convenient. Like, I'm super lucky, like, there's a company that just does LN2 deliveries straight to your door. And they really don't care where you're at. The main issue is, like, you can't well, actually, if I was buying, like, 1,000 liters of LN2 at a time, then I could request LN2 whenever the hell I want, to wherever I want, as long as it's within some area in the UK. But since I'm buying, like, smaller volumes, I need to, like, arrange with them when they're in the area, because they do deliveries to, like, all across the UK. So when they're in your area, they'll also happily, you know, give you a smaller delivery. So yeah, that's, like, super convenient. Otherwise, I'd really need a car, but yeah, so that's neat. And then dry ice, you just get it shipped to your door, which isn't fun. And what I've learned, Hynix MFR is low clock and loose timing. Yes, it's bad. It's literally just bad. The only thing arguably worse is like some of the early Micron chips, which wouldn't really even do 3000. And well, actually no, the subtimings were okay on those. So at low, like, yeah, for like X99, those were actually perfectly viable for like daily X99 settings. But for modern platforms, they're useless. Whereas Hynix MFR is just kind of bad. Like 8 gigabit MFR is just universally terrible. Did it crash? It crashed. Damn it. Yep. Okay, so this does seem to actually have a proper TRAS limit, because there's some ICs where you can just drop TRAS to the floor and they don't care. Like, literally, the only reason you can't lower it anymore is because the register for the TRAS timing doesn't go lower. But this is apparently not one of those ICs. Actually, I should leave that on auto. The thing is, I have this opened in the background, so that probably screwed up that measurement. Oh, I can't believe I did that. Will you test more 16 gigabit ICs? As I get my hands on them, sure. But they're not currently a priority. Currently, the priority is to, like, there is so much stuff that I could do that it's like, yeah, I'm not sure. So I'd like to not do any more memory testing because I feel like the channel's been too much RAM for too long. Real-time mode. For some things, so I use it pretty regularly for benchmarks where it can help with consistency or even a little bit with, well, yeah, it can help with both consistency and overall performance. Like some benchmarks, you run them back-to-back without real-time and the scores are all over the place, and then you run them back-to-back with real-time and they're pretty more consistent. 3060 Ti status, still not available. Like, also, I'd like to point out, I'm really not in any rush to get that 3060 Ti. It's like, yeah, I'm thinking I'll buy a 3060 Ti when they get in stock. And if Nvidia manages to release a 4060 Ti before 3060 Ti's are back in stock, well, then I guess I'm getting a 4060 Ti instead. So, August? Yeah, probably, I guess. Okay, now we're almost getting 600 gigaflops. Okay, so flooring the TRAS definitely seems to help. Right, we're at 597 now. I'm gonna let it run the next couple loops, but... like, this is the end of the stream. We're gonna run these last 3 loops, and then... oh, it's not fully stable, so... oh, no. I do want to get a fully stable overclock on this, just to get an idea of what, like, DJR can do. But... man, that's gonna take for freaking ever, isn't it? Hopefully it's just some kind of subtiming, like minor subtiming issue. Hopefully it's like one timing and it isn't something stupid like your termination settings aren't the correct value and there's 3 of them, and so go figure out which one it is. I'm still going, yeah. Man, I think this is a record for me, 6-hour live stream. Yeah, I'll do a video when I get a stable out OC out of this. Like, that's the whole reason why I want a stable OC if I didn't care about getting a... Like, it's not like I'm gonna daily this stuff, right? Like, the only like, a lot of the reason I do a lot of the stuff, like, personally, I don't really care that much about daily stable settings, right? Because it's like, it doesn't make 3D Mark go, well, more like, actually, well, with this stuff I might care. Oh, it's not very stable at all. It spat out 600 gigaflops, though, so definitely, okay, so low TRAS definitely helps with performance. Seems to cause some kind of stability issue, so that's great. I wonder if TRAS scales with voltage. Anyway, so... yeah, there'll definitely be a video once I get this to, like, a nice, stable overclock. And also, now that I've learned how to do RTLs, or at least somewhat started to understand how to do RTLs, I'm going to go check if that works across multiple motherboards, and if it does, then we're going to have a video about setting your RTLs, which is going to be so incredibly basic that I'm going to feel like a total moron the entire time shooting that video. Because I still feel like such an idiot. Like, you literally just lowered all of them by 1 at the same time. An overclock is far more impressive to normies if it doesn't randomly crash. Dude, most normies don't know how to stress test their system and complain that a game isn't stable when it inevitably crashes their overclock that they tested by running Cinebench. Like, that's the funny thing is, like, there's been quite a few different overclocks that I could have gone like, oh yeah, this is totally stable. Except for the part where there was, like, 1 error every 500% mem test or something. Or, like, it was mostly stable except for the part where it wouldn't do certain things, but it's like, yeah, it's stable. It's totally stable. Look, it runs Cinebench, it runs the 3D marks, it's stable. Just don't try to run this combination of applications for any reason, because then it'll crash. Are you listening to Tarot Sports? No, the music playing in the background is music I've made. Yeah. It's what happens when somebody who listens to metal all the time doesn't know how to play an instrument but still wants to make music. So, yeah. Combo of OCCT, large data set, extreme, and memtest. As far as I know, OCCT is just like a less horrible looking version of LinPack, but I've yet to verify that, so I should probably, you know, do that someday. Soon. Anyway. Yeah, we're done. So, these Spectrix sticks, I mean, I'm really happy that I have a DJR kit to work with. I'm really disappointed in all of my CPUs, because this thing is 5000 CL19. And my CPU needs 1.75 system agent to even finish ADATA. Like, I'm not talking like run memtest. I'm talking finish ADATA. And when it finishes ADATA, it's running slower than the settings we have right now. And these can almost, like, these can kind of do LinPack, kind of, you know, 1 loop, but yeah. So the kit is absolutely insane, and they should have probably been shipping it with a bin CPU. Because I don't think there's many chips that can run these. They even have a 4800 profile, but again, even 4800 requires some pretty good CPUs most of the time, and my CPU is not pretty good. My CPU is like scraping the bottom of the barrel of what Intel could call a 10900K. Man, I ran Memtest Pro up to 400% on 32 gigs of RAM, and I still OC'd and still randomly crash in games. If you're crashing in games, it might be that the GPU is warming up the memory sticks. That, a lot of the time, causes issue. My CGR trains 31... Where are you checking your TRFC? If you're checking your TRFC on a gigabyte motherboard in the BIOS, that is not the 312. What do you think about grime music? I don't know what grime music is. In BIOS. Yeah, okay, so it's not at 312. Unless you're at JDEC, it's not at 312. Because Gigabyte BIOS reads out the, like, JDEC timings. It doesn't read out the current timings. Anyway, yeah, man, this was... I think this is my worst YouTube live stream by viewer count. Oh, well, I guess it was pretty boring. And maybe the music was a bit of a turnoff, but oh well. I finally learned how to use RTLs and IOLs. So as far as I'm concerned, this was very productive. So anyway, thank you for watching. Like, share, subscribe. Oh yeah, check out the... Since you're already here and I have your attention, though if you're already here, then I suppose you're probably pretty, like you already kind of follow a lot of the stuff I post, so yeah, but since I do have your attention, come on, YouTube. Thank you for cooperating. You might want to check out the new merch. It's about RAM overclocking. Anyway, yeah, that's it. I'll just hit